Chapter 507. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Rumbling sounds were like thunder as a powerful and vast aura burst out from Chun Zong's vigorous body like a storm of destruction. It swept out in all directions, causing sand and rocks to fly in the air. They seemed to have been struck and sliced by invisible sword chi and were all turned into powder. Within a radius of hundreds of meters, the invisible but tyrannical aura covered and cut, like a dangerous place. Ordinary warriors in the real martial arts realm would be crazily cut into pieces if they entered. After 10 breaths, the invisible but tyrannical aura flowed into Chun Zong's body like rivers returning to the stream. Then it returned to silence. In the next breath, Chun Zong opened his eyes. 2 sword lights, which seemed to be made of metal, shot out, piercing the air and shooting dozens of meters away. It was extremely frightening. His lips parted slightly as he exhaled. Like a stream of white sword chi, it pierced through the air and streaked across the hard ground, leaving behind a sword mark that was several tens of meters long. It even shattered a fist-sized rock several tens of meters away. On his calm face, there was a trace of ecstasy that could not be concealed. Breakthrough. Finally, a real breakthrough. Not only a breakthrough in cultivation, but also a breakthrough in cultivation method. The former was the small part, while the latter was the big part. It was the key point that allowed his combat strength to increase significantly. Even if there was no suitable opponent to test it, Chun Zong was sure that his combat strength would not be inferior to the early stage of the 5-star level. There was a big gap between the 4-star level and the 5-star level. Thinking about the 5 most outstanding geniuses in the entire Tianjiang prefecture, their combat strength was only at the early stage of the 4-star level. After the Tianyan secret realm, their combat strength increased to the middle stage of the 4-star level. However, there was still a big gap between them and the 5-star level. Squinting his eyes, he could clearly feel the surging great true power in his body. That kind of extremely pure and tyrannical feeling was like a sharp sword piercing through his body. It was as if it could be released, and it could pierce through and tear apart everything in the world. It was very strong. Compared to the previous true force, it was obviously much stronger. That kind of sharpness was pushed to the extreme. Putting his fingers together like a sword, he gently drew a line in front of him. A wisp of pure white and silver sword light flashed past, as if slicing through everything in front of him. It left a straight sword mark on the ground that extended for several hundred meters. Now that I've made a breakthrough, it's time to leave and head to the Imperial City. Standing up, Chun Zong did not continue onward. Instead, he turned back. Going to the Imperial City with the combat power of a 5-star beginner shouldn't be too weak. All of a sudden, Chun Zong sensed something was about to happen. He raised his head and focused his eyes in front of him. He saw a streak of black and red light flying toward him at an amazing speed. At first glance, it was still 10,000 meters away. At the second glance, it was already very close. At the third glance, it was already right in front of him. Yes, kill. An extremely sharp killing intent, as if he had returned from hell, brought death and slaughter. This caused Chun Zong's expression to turn serious. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a sharp light locked onto the black-red figure. The aura was very familiar. It was the 3rd core disciple of the Wanluo sect, Underworld Raven. Underworld Raven, is he coming for me? Then, Chun Zong's eyes shot out an extremely sharp light. He looked at Underworld Raven's cold eyes that were filled with killing intent. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood rushed toward him. It was as if he could see corpses floating up and down. However, unlike before, Chun Zong was not afraid. He opened his hands, and 2 level 2 pseudo-spiritual swords appeared in his hands. He drew a line in the air. 2 extremely sharp sword light broke through the air and directly attacked Underworld Raven, who was filled with killing intent. Seeing Chun Zong take the initiative to attack, Underworld Raven smiled. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. His killing intent became even more intense. On the Evil Luo ranking, Chunzong's battle power was between late and peak 4-star. It suggested that one must at least have the battle power of a peak 4-star to deal with him. Underworld Raven's battle power was 5-star, which was much stronger than 4-star. However, he still pulled out the blood-slaughtering blade from his waist. As the blade vibrated, it turned into a ray of blood light that broke through the air. The moment the blade and sword clashed, Underworld Raven's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Chunzong's battle power was not just between late and peak 4-star. It was even stronger. Chunzong was also a bit surprised. This Underworld Raven's strength seemed to be a bit stronger than when he was in the ancient tomb. This was a strong enemy. Without any hesitation, Chunzong retreated and changed to the star-scarred dual swords at the same time. Level 3 pseudo-spiritual swords were more powerful than Level 2 pseudo-spiritual swords. It could also allow him to display his full strength. Seeing the star-scarred dual swords, Underworld Raven's eyes lit up. As long as he killed Chunzong, this pair of swords would be his spoils of war. Underworld Raven immediately performed the blood-slaughtering blade arts, while Chunzong naturally performed the 37th style of the horizontal sword arts. The last 4 layers of the horizontal sword arts were created by Chunzong himself after studying the ancient mystic steels. It was the most suitable for him, and he could use his power to the fullest. When he performed the 37th style, with the help of the horizontal true force, it released an extremely terrifying power. The silver-white sword light pierced through the air, breaking through everything and destroying everything. It directly shattered Underworld Raven's blood-colored blade light. Without any mercy, Underworld Raven's hair stood on end. What a terrifying sword! What a terrifying sword art! Fight, fight, fight! Fight to your heart's content! Kill, kill, kill! Kill to the point of madness! The sword light shot out, and the blade chi spread out. Everything in all directions was cut into pieces, and nothing could block it. The more they fought, the more surprised Underworld Raven was. This Chunzong's battle power had also reached early 5-star. This kind of increase was too fast and unbelievable. Chunzong also confirmed that Underworld Raven's battle power was at the early 5-star level, close to the middle 5-star level. Fortunately, his cultivation level was higher than his opponent's, so he was able to resist. While Underworld Raven was shocked, his killing intent rose sharply. This Chunzong was a disaster. If he was not eliminated as soon as possible, his growth would be too fast, and there would be endless troubles in the future. Because Underworld Raven could clearly feel Chunzong's cultivation level, early stage of the 9th level of the true martial realm. He was only at the early stage of the 9th level of the true martial realm, but he already had the battle power of an early 5-star level. If his cultivation level reached the peak of the 9th level of the true martial realm, then his battle power would surpass the middle 5-star level. This kind of talent really surpassed Underworld Raven's and was comparable to the 2nd and 1st in the sect. Underworld Raven was jealous, and he felt jealous from the bottom of his heart. Underworld Raven had racked his brains to improve himself and unceasingly killed people in order to achieve a breakthrough in the blood-slaughtering blade arts, all in order to become stronger. Now, there was another person whose talent was better than his and who had the potential to surpass him in a short period of time. Moreover, this person was an enemy, so he could not tolerate it. Underworld Raven's killing intent became even more intense, and the blood-slaughtering blade's blade light became even more tyrannical. Underworld Raven's killing intent grew, and the blood-slaughtering blade arts was pushed to the extreme. Over 1,000 scarlet blade lights with extreme killing intent revolved around his body, and then, following Underworld Raven's blade, they all rushed towards Chunzong. Chunzong recognized this blade. It was the tyrannical blade that he had used to deal with the Blood Corpse General in the ancient tomb, and it seemed to be one of Underworld Raven's ultimate moves. There was no change, and it was still the same 37th move of the unhindered sword arts. However, the sword light was even more dazzling, sharper, and more powerful. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page, unhindered. Kill. Within the sword, there were various changes of power, and it shattered the scarlet blade lights one after another, and it pierced through the air towards Underworld Raven. The two of them fought fiercely, and everything within a radius of a few thousand meters was affected and shattered. Countless blade and sword scars were everywhere, and it was a ghastly sight. Underworld Raven's battle power was very, very strong, but Chunzong was not weak either. Both of them were evenly matched, and they had already exchanged hundreds of moves, but there was still no winner or loser. Attacking with all of their power consumed a lot of true power, and their recovery speed could not keep up. After hundreds of moves, both of them had used up more than half of their true power. Chunzong was getting more and more excited as he fought, and his attacks were getting more and more precise. The power of the 37th move of the unhindered sword arts continued to increase, while Underworld Raven was getting more and more shocked, and he did not feel good. Skynet Explosion. With a low roar, Underworld Raven performed one of the secret arts of the Wanluo martial school without any warning, and his battle power instantly increased. He threw out a blade attack, and its power directly reached the middle stage of 5-star. After shattering the sword light, he wanted to cut Chunzong in half. The two swords crossed in front of each other, blocking the attack of the scarlet blade light. The extremely frightening power shook both swords and arms, and Chunzong was blown away. The frightening power kept invading his body, and Chunzong immediately used the unhindered true power to expel the power that was invading his body. However, that kind of power was extremely frightening and destructive. When it was expelled by Chunzong's unhindered true power, it had already caused obvious damage to Chunzong's body. With the combination of the powerful self-healing power and the boundless life force of the 1,000-year tree heart, Chunzong's injuries were immediately healed, and the whole process was very short. Underworld Raven was not surprised that the first blade attack did not injure Chunzong heavily. He threw out the second blade attack, and it was still the Skynet Explosion. The Skynet Explosion was a secret art that focused on instant explosiveness. It was very powerful and not easy to train. However, if it was trained to completion, it would be able to explode without any warning. It was an extremely good secret art to instantly kill a strong enemy. Of course, this kind of secret art usually had a huge burden. If it were not for Underworld Raven's strong body, he would not be able to handle it. Even so, after 3 consecutive explosions, Underworld Raven did not dare to use it for the 4th time. That would affect his body to the limit. 3 explosions. The first time, Chunzong was injured. The second time, he was prepared. However, the Skynet Explosion did not have any warning signs, and it still injured Chunzong again. The third time, Chunzong was already able to sense it, and he reacted in advance. Half dodging and half defending, his chi and blood surged, and his true power shook, but he was not injured. Letting his opponent use the secret art 3 times in a row, Chunzong was also waiting for a chance to counterattack. The 2 secret arts, Star Touch and Dragon Sparrow Dance, had not been used yet. To deal with a strong enemy, like Underworld Raven, he had to find the best opportunity to kill him in one strike. In the end, he had used up all the trump cards that the sect had given him, and this Underworld Raven might still have another trump card that the sect had given him. To him, this was not a good thing. Therefore, he had to find the best opportunity to use his secret art to kill Underworld Raven and not give him a chance to counterattack. The most outstanding secret arts of the Unhindered Sword sect were the 2 secret arts. Compared to the other sects, each of them had their own specialties. Just as the battle between Chunzong and Underworld Raven reached its climax, a figure quickly approached and stopped at the top of a 100-meter-tall tree. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the battle. Chunzong. The other one is the Underworld Raven of the 1000 Sith sect. Rumor has it that Underworld Raven has an early-stage 5-star battle power. This Chunzong is actually able to fight him to a draw. Could it be that his battle power has also increased to early-stage 5-star? Kill. End of chapter. Chapter 508. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Go/Little. I will provide you with wonderful novels to read. The Scarlet Blade light was like a thread, surrounding him layer by layer. It was as if it was weaving a scarlet killing net, trying to trap Chunzong. Chunzong was trapped in the scarlet killing net. He seemed to be constantly struggling, but he was like a fish being slowly pulled into the net, waiting for the final moment to be pulled up. It had to be said that the underworld raven was not only strong, but also very skilled in battle. Chunzong did not seem to notice, not knowing that he was being led step by step into the underworld raven's killing net. The underworld raven secretly sneered. By the time the opponent noticed, it would already be too late, and there would be no turning back. In the beginning, Chunzong's control of the 37th layer of the unhindered true power and the 37th style of the unhindered sword technique was only at the surface level. Although he had grasped the essence, he was still lacking something. However, after the life and death battle with the underworld raven, he continued to accumulate, becoming more and more exquisite. It was as if he was gradually washing away the dust on a dusty sword, gradually revealing its sharpness. Every sword attack seemed to be endless, cutting through everything, tearing everything. The pressure it brought to the underworld raven became more and more obvious. Blood Slaughter Guide, Blood Slaughter Absolute Killing Blade. With a low chant, suddenly, the scarlet blade light that seemed to be scattered like silk shot out an extremely shocking light. This light was like the scorching sun, making it difficult to look at it directly. However, it brought with it an extremely gloomy coldness, as if it could freeze everything. This was a killing move, the final killing move of the Blood Slaughter Blade arts. It was also a killing move that the Underworld Raven had perfected with the help of the ancient Xian Monument's power. It had also activated the power of the Blood Slaughter Blade itself. Since it was created, Chunzong was the first person to use it. It was fine if it did not use, but once it was used, it could kill a strong enemy without them knowing. It was a killing move. Once this blade was used, the scarlet blade light that was like silk shot out from all directions, forcefully binding Chunzong's limbs and bones, reducing Chunzong's range of movement. This kind of blade light was extremely sharp and could easily cut through refined steel as if it was indestructible. As the Underworld Raven's blade fell, a stunning red light filled Chunzong's eyes. It was as if the sky had been split open and death had arrived. This strike was indeed out of Chunzong's expectation, but it was also within Chunzong's control. Of course, Chunzong was not so godly as to know the Underworld Raven's final move in advance. He just kept fighting and gradually felt the restraints from the surroundings. He guessed the Underworld Raven's plan, but he did not point it out in advance. Instead, he went with the flow and found the best opportunity to kill the Underworld Raven. This was a game of life and death. One had to have sufficient confidence and strength. Otherwise, one would be courting death. To practice the sword, one must have an indomitable spirit to cut through all obstacles. The fatal blow made Chunzong's hair stand on end. His chi and blood seemed to have been frozen, and even his powerful true power seemed to have slowed down. With a low chant, the two swords lightly vibrated. The sword made a melodious sword sound. His body and sword became one. His chi and Jun power also fluctuated. Then, he withdrew his sword. His left hand's sword finger rested on the spine of the sword and quickly drew across it. The dark blue spine of the sword suddenly lit up, shining with a dazzling light. The power of the Star Scar sword was stimulated. Chunzong's own power was also concentrated on the sword. The power penetrated through the tip of the sword, shooting out a cold light that made people unable to look at it directly. Even the sun in the sky was eclipsed. Secret art, Point Star, the sword that gathered all of his power, could shatter a star. The two secret arts of the unhindered sword martial school were still useful, even if one's battle power was increased to the pseudo-transcendent realm. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. After the 17th level, there was a metamorphosis. The Great True Force was even more tyrannical and shocking. The power of the Point Star Secret Sword was even more tyrannical than before, giving Chunzong a feeling that he could really shatter the stars. The collision of the ace attacks was the most powerful attack. The Scarlet Blade light covered the sky and fell down mercilessly. The point star sword broke through the air and attacked with an unstoppable momentum. The scarlet saber light was struck directly, and it was unable to resist. A hole was directly opened, and a terrifying power burst forth, tearing apart the saber light. It shattered like a mirror, turning into countless saber light fragments, and continued to attack mercilessly. The Star Scar sword was continuously waved out, one sword after another, leaving deep blue sword scars in the air. It was like a meteor shower that was compressed into a small area. It was extremely dazzling and eye-catching. Every dazzling sword mark would shatter a piece of scarlet broken saber light. After they were shattered, they turned into countless scarlet light balls that floated in the air like thousands of red fireflies floating around. It was a magnificent sight. While waving his sword to shatter the blade light, Chunzong also took out a Jun pellet and consumed it, recovering his Jun power in a short period of time. Then, he opened his left hand's 5 fingers and tapped lightly on the body of the sword, letting out waves of pleasant sword sounds. It was like a peerless melody, filled with a unique charm. The power of the Star Scar sword was once again activated. The spine of the sword emitted an even brighter, deep blue light, spreading out. As Chunzong waved his right hand, the deep blue light of the sword seemed to be filled with a kind of mist, as if it was a dream. Secret art, Dragon Sparrow Dance. Vaguely, the green and red light mixed with the deep blue light spread out. It was like a graceful bird opening its beautiful tail, blooming with a soul-stirring beauty, making people lose themselves in it. A trace of confusion flashed through Underworld Raven's eyes that were filled with killing intent. In the depth of his pupils, the most beautiful scene of his life seemed to have appeared. Underworld Raven had trained the blood-slaughtering blade art. Killing was his second nature, and his will was extremely firm. He soon escaped from this illusion, but it was already too late. In a battle between powerful warriors, life and death was only a thin line away. Chunzong and Underworld Raven's battling power were not too different. That moment of distraction was enough to determine the outcome of the battle, or even life and death. At the crucial moment, Underworld Raven relied on his instincts to dodge, avoiding the vital part of his heart. However, Chunzong's sword pierced through his collarbone and his shoulder. A shocking sword chi burst out from the wound, crazily attacking, causing even deeper damage. Underworld Raven was extremely vicious. His blood-slaughtering blade also directly attacked Chunzong, exchanging a life for a life. This kind of opportunity was extremely hard to come by. Once missed, it would be hard to come by again. Chunzong was also ruthless. He directly activated the power of the 3rd level pseudo-spiritual armor. A layer of formless light enveloped his entire body, completely covering him. Combined with the strengthened true power, his defensive power became even more tyrannical. He forcefully resisted the opponent's blade attack, and his sword pierced towards Underworld Raven's throat. The blood-slaughtering blade directly broke through the protective true power and the 3rd level pseudo-spiritual armor's defensive power. The blade slashed onto Chunzong's shoulder. The extremely terrifying blade cut open Chunzong's tough skin, then cut open his tough muscles, and directly cut into his bones. It was stuck in the bones that were harder than tempered steel. Underworld Raven's head moved to the side, avoiding Chunzong's attack. The skin on his neck was cut open, and Chunzong's left hand had unknowingly pierced out. The deep blue sword light was like a meteor streaking across the sky, leaving behind a resplendent trace. There was no way to dodge this sword. His throat was pierced through. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Cultivators below the transcendent realm had yet to completely break away from their mortal bodies. All of their characteristics were similar to that of ordinary people, only slightly more tyrannical. The sword chi scattered and raged wildly. Underworld Raven felt his strength leaking out from the wound in his throat, but he still had enough strength to draw his blood-slaughtering blade and fiercely slashed towards Chunzong's neck, wanting to cut off Chunzong's head in one fell swoop. Underworld Raven's blade came to a stop as it was blocked by Chunzong's sword. Underworld Raven's strength was greatly reduced. Casually, Chunzong swung his sword along with the blade. The blade trembled slightly, directly breaking the blade and leaving behind a trail of light in the air, directly cutting through Underworld Raven's neck. A trace of blood appeared on his throat. Underworld Raven felt all the strength in his body drain away, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had been killed. He had actually been killed by someone. After becoming a martial artist, at the same time as killing others, one was also prepared to be killed by others. This was very normal. However, the Underworld Raven had never thought that the ant that had been running for his life not long ago would actually have the strength to fight against him. He had even broken the killing move that he had comprehended from the ancient Xian tablet and injured him before finally killing him. Everything had gone beyond his expectations. His vision turned dark as his consciousness rapidly fell into an abyss. Underworld Raven felt powerless. He wanted to raise his hand to wield his blade, but he found that his arm was unable to move. The world in front of him disappeared, and his consciousness came to a complete halt. This was the arrival of death. So, this is the feeling of death. At the last moment, a thought appeared in Underworld Raven's mind. Perhaps those who had died under his blade in the past had also felt this way. An unprecedented enlightenment emerged in that instant. There was great terror between life and death, but there were also great opportunities. Seeing through life and death and comprehending the cycle of reincarnation, one could obtain great benefits. The stronger one was, the more this was the case. Underworld Raven could not be considered a master, but he was very talented. Therefore, he had a feeling of enlightenment. Unfortunately, he would not be able to survive. Death was rapidly approaching, unavoidable and unable to resist. Underworld Raven fell forward, blood flowing all over the ground, dyeing his body red. Seeing that Underworld Raven's aura had completely disappeared and he had turned into a corpse that was gradually turning cold, Chunzong breathed a sigh of relief. This powerful enemy had finally died under his sword. For a moment, he felt a kind of sublimation. Taking out a pill to restore his true chi, Chunzong immediately took off Underworld Raven's blood, slaughtering blade, and mustard seed bag. These were his spoils of war, and their value was extraordinary. Just as he was about to put them into his void ring, a terrifying aura locked onto him from afar, causing Chunzong's expression to change slightly as cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. This aura was even stronger than Underworld Raven's, and it was not just a little bit stronger, but a great difference in strength. This tyrannical aura also carried a blazing intent, as if the scorching sun had been strengthened by more than 10 times. It burned madly, as if it wanted to burn Chunzong's entire body and turn him into ashes. Pseudo-transcendent realm. Chunzong was 100% certain that this was a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator attacking him. Unlike the Heaven Azura tower assassin from before, this pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator was very direct and did not have the slightest intention of killing him, clearly intending to kill him head-on. Chunzong's thoughts raced as he tried to think of a way to deal with this pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator. Obviously, he could not deal with this pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator like he had last time, because he no longer had any small thunderbolts or chi balls. So, how could he deal with this pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator? End of this chapter. Chapter 509. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The gray-robed rogue, cultivator, scorching sun hand floated over from the distance with a blazing, killing intent. He locked onto Chunzong from afar, exerting a suffocating pressure. As expected of the most outstanding sword son in the history of the unhindered sword sect, you were able to kill the underworld crow of the Wanluo sect in a head-on confrontation. You're much more outstanding than the 5 heavens prides of Tianjiang Prefecture. Scorching Sun Han said with a faint smile as he locked on a Chunzong with a tyrannical aura. It sounded like a compliment, but it was also full of killing intent. Chunzong stared at the other party. It was a very ordinary and unfamiliar face. He had never seen him before, but he was sure that he was a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator. "Who are you?" Chunzong asked as he tried to think of a way to deal with the other party's pressure. "I." Scorching Sun Hand smiled with an indescribable ferocity. "I'm the one who's going to kill you. Don't even think about escaping. This time you're going to die." Scorching Sun Hand added. His legs trembled slightly as a tyrannical power surged through his legs and bombarded the ground. With a violent explosion, 2 pits appeared on the ground. Dust flew everywhere. Scorching Sun Hand was like a falling meteor. It carried an astonishing momentum and fiercely rushed towards Chunzong. A sharp explosion tore through the clouds. The terrifying pressure was the first to arrive, directly hitting Chunzong's body. Chunzong felt like he was going to be crushed. His bones and tendons trembled, and his internal organs were compressed by the invisible pressure to the point of bursting. In an instant, the scorching sun palm approached Chunzong with a terrifying might. He extended his right hand and clasped his 5 fingers together. He raised his palm with his palm facing Chunzong. A ball of fiery red light spread out from the center of his palm like a vortex. It then covered the entire palm and pressed out with a loud bang. The burning palm seemed to extend infinitely as it approached Chunzong even faster. It completely covered the world in front of him. This was the scorching sun hand and the origin of his name. It was one thing for him not to make a move, but the moment he made a move, he used a killing move. He was vicious and merciless, not giving Chunzong the slightest chance. Otherwise, if he underestimated Chunzong and allowed Chunzong to escape, it would not be so easy to find him the next time. If more time passed and Chunzong grew stronger, it would be even more difficult to deal with him. Chunzong's expression suddenly changed. His opponent's ruthlessness was beyond his expectations. This attack was unavoidable. With the Star-Scar twin swords in his hands, he activated all of his power. The 37th movement of the horizontal sword art was thrown out, turning into 2 beams of deep blue light. They were wrapped in a bright silver light as they sliced through the air and attacked towards the burning sun hand. If there was no way to dodge, then he would just have to face it head-on. Even if it was the power of a mayfly, he would still have to shake a tree. The will to press forward courageously caused the Zongheng true power and the Zongheng sword technique to become even stronger. The power of this sword was almost at the mid-stage of the 5-star level. The burning sun hand was surprised at first. He was surprised that Chunzong's battling power could be increased again. Although it was only temporary, this kind of talent made him jealous. Then he sneered. So what if it was temporary? The gap between them was still too big. The palm pressed down, and there was no way to defend against it. The extremely terrifying burning power shattered the 2 beams of sword light and attacked Chunzong like a hot knife through butter. There was no way to dodge and no way to defend against it. The powerful protective true power was broken, and the defensive power of the rank 3 pseudo-spiritual weapon was also as fragile as an eggshell. It was broken in an instant. In the end, that palm strike landed on Chunzong's tyrannical physique. In an instant, Chunzong felt as though his body was about to explode, as though he was being scorched. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. His whole body flew out for more than 1,000 meters, smashing rocks and trees into pieces. His aura was like a candle in the wind, getting weaker and weaker. His body was bleeding profusely, his bones and muscles were torn apart, and his internal organs were shattered. The terrifying burning power inside his body recklessly surged, wanting to burn everything into ashes. Chunzong was on the verge of death. Only the majestic vitality of the 1,000-year tree heart continued to spread out and engulf his body. This was the only thing keeping Chunzong alive. The power of a pseudo-transcendent realms attack was too strong. Even though it was weakened by the true force protection and the rank 3 pseudo-spiritual weapons defensive power, it still contained terrifying power. If not for Chunzong's tyrannical physique, his body would have exploded. Although Chunzong managed to resist, his injuries were extremely serious. It was much more serious than the last time he was bombarded by the minor True Yang exploding bullet. Even his body's self-healing ability had temporarily disappeared. Fortunately, the power of the thousand-year tree heart was not affected much, so it was able to keep Chunzong alive. The burning sun hand looked at Chunzong, who was stuck in a mountain wall, and was a little surprised because Chunzong was still alive after taking a direct hit from him. Then let's do it again. The burning sun hand grinned fiercely as he raised his right hand again and pushed forward, his eyes filled with excitement. The feeling of killing a genius was simply too wonderful. He, who no longer had any hope of improving his cultivation, naturally enjoyed doing this kind of thing as it gave him a carefree feeling. Chunzong struggled to open his eyes and could only see a fiery red palm print tearing through the air towards him. A sense of crisis welled up in his heart, but he couldn't move at all. It was as if he was being torn apart and burned. Could it be that he could only die like this? As a cultivator who pursued the path of strength, it was inevitable that they would encounter all kinds of enemies. Killing was a necessity, and being killed was also a matter of course. Chunzong hadn't expected that after killing a strong enemy, he would encounter such a crisis. He was unwilling, truly unwilling, because his opponent's strength was much higher than his own. But even if he was unwilling, what could he do? His injuries were extremely serious, and he was unable to resist. Even if he had the Red Thunder Sword as his trump card, he couldn't use it. In the end, his own strength was the most important thing. As death approached, many thoughts emerged in Chunzong's mind. Many of his past experiences flashed through his mind. Then, he calmed down and accepted the arrival of death. Just as the fiery red palm was about to hit Chunzong, a purple light broke through the air. Its speed was even faster, and it arrived in an instant, breaking the fiery red palm. Only then did a shockingly sharp whistle sound, which shook one's soul, resound. Who is it? The almost abnormal excitement in Lai Yangshou's eyes disappeared in an instant, replaced by gloominess and anger. He was just about to kill Chunzong when he was suddenly interrupted. This made him feel very uncomfortable, but at the same time, he had an ominous premonition. Could it be that today's matter would be interrupted? Lai Yangshou attacked again, sending another palm print towards Chunzong. His whole body rushed forward, determined to kill Chunzong. A purple shadow flashed, and a figure appeared in front of Lai Yangshou. The figure punched out, shattering the palm print, while the other fist emitted a strong purple light. Like a purple scorching sun, it fiercely slammed into Lai Yangshou. It was as heavy as a mountain, as if it could crush everything. Lai Yangshou's face was dignified. This newcomer had ill intentions and was very strong. It was a pseudo-transcendent not inferior to him. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk the two people attacked one after another, colliding again and again. Terrifying shockwaves surged out, destroying everything in their path. The intense vibrations caused Chunzong to become more clear-headed. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The majestic vitality of the thousand-year tree heart gradually took effect, bringing Chunzong back from the brink of death. His injuries healed at a speed that could be felt. Opening his eyes, Chunzong saw a purple figure and a fiery red figure crazily attacking each other. Every time they attacked, the shockwaves would wreak havoc, causing great damage to the surroundings. Who is that? Chunzong, who was still heavily injured, felt that his brain was still a little slow and not as agile as usual. He vaguely felt that the purple figure was a little familiar. The more they fought, the more depressed Lai Yangshou became. The other party was indeed very strong, not inferior to him at all. In fact, the other party's strength was even higher than his, causing him to be unable to find an opportunity to kill Chunzong. Since things were not going well, there was no point in continuing the fight. Lai Yangshou wanted to retreat. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he fiercely glared at Chunzong. After blocking the purple figure's attack, he quickly retreated. He could only wait for the next opportunity. After Lai Yangshou retreated, the purple figure did not pursue him. After watching him leave, he turned around and looked at Chunzong. After this period of time, Chunzong's injuries had healed a lot. His body moved and landed on the ground. Although he was still struggling, he could already move normally. "It's you." Chunzong stared at the person in front of him in surprise. It was the pseudo-transcendent loose cultivator named Zishan. "It's me," Zishan smiled. "What can I do for you?" Chunzong became vigilant. He had no choice but to be vigilant. This person had followed him before, which gave him an inexplicable feeling. Now he had appeared again. Although he had saved his life, Chunzong felt very strange. A total stranger had appeared in front of him twice. He had no choice but to investigate further. "Little friend, you don't have to be wary of me. I really don't mean any harm." Zishan smiled bitterly and explained, "I'm a rogue cultivator from Tianjiang Prefecture. A few years ago, I was saved by Senior Yuan Lingzi of the Unhindered Sword Sect. Perhaps that was nothing to Senior Yuan Lingzi, but I've always remembered this kindness in my heart. One day I'll repay him. However, a master like Senior Yuan Lingzi is not someone I can compare to. I can't help him with his matters. You are the current generation's sword son of the Unhindered Sword Sect and are regarded as the sect's hope. Helping you is equivalent to repaying Senior Yuan Lingzi's kindness." Zishan further explained, "Previously, when you were being chased by someone at Feihong Mountain, I followed you. Seeing that you were fine, I left. After that, I found out some unfavorable news about you and rushed over again. Fortunately, I was not too late." Zishan was very sincere. Chunzong did not completely believe his explanation, but he did not completely doubt it either. After all, he could not be sure of the truth, but it was a fact that Zishan had saved his life. "Many thanks, Senior." Chunzong cupped his hands. Zishan was a loose cultivator. Being able to cultivate to the pseudo-transcendent realm was enough to show that he was extraordinary and had rich experience. Naturally, he could see that Chunzong did not completely believe his words. However, Zishan did not feel angry. It was human nature. If Chunzong completely believed what he said all of a sudden, it would appear that there was something wrong with his brain. "You should heal your injuries first," Zishan said. "I will guard you and escort you out of here later, in case that person doesn't give up." Chunzong nodded and took out a pill to consume. With the help of the 1,000-year tree heart's boundless vitality, he recovered from his injuries. As for Zishan's malice towards him, with his strength, he could kill him right now. There was no need to go through so much trouble. Of course, if Zishan really had other intentions, he could only deal with it as it came. End of chapter. Chapter 510. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. With his injuries healed and his strength restored to its peak, Chunzong traveled with Zishan and quickly left the mountain. Of course, Zishan couldn't escort Chunzong all the way. After a while, Zishan said goodbye to Chunzong when he didn't find any traces of Scorching Sun Hand. "Thank you, Senior." Chunzong cupped his hands. Regardless of whether Zishan was repaying his kindness or had other motives, it was a fact that he had saved his life and escorted him all the way. "Young friend, you must live well. I have faith in you." Zishan smiled. After saying that, he used his movement technique and left quickly. After watching Zishan leave, Chunzong withdrew his gaze and used his movement technique to go in the opposite direction. It was the direction of the Imperial City. Among the true martial realm in the Imperial City, an early 5-star warrior should be considered quite strong. After leaving, Scorching Sun Hand was furious. He was about to succeed in killing Chunzong and complete the sect's mission. When the time came, he would be able to receive a generous reward from the sect. However, he didn't expect to be interrupted at the last moment. Of course, Scorching Sun Hand wouldn't give up just like that. After escaping, he didn't really leave. Instead, he waited for an opportunity to continue chasing. "Stop here." A purple figure flashed in front of him. At the same time, a deep voice sounded. "It's you again." Seeing the person in front of him, Scorching Sun Hand was furious. He gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. It was this person who suddenly interfered and interrupted him, preventing him from killing Chunzong as he wished. Now, he actually appeared in front of him again. It almost made Scorching Sun Hand explode. Who are you? What's your relationship with Chunzong? You stood up for him time and time again. Aren't you afraid that you'll die a horrible death one day? Scorching Sun Hand's words were full of threats. From what you're saying, it seems like someone asked you to kill Chunzong. Not only was Zishan not afraid of the other party's threat, he even revealed a pensive expression as he spoke unhurriedly, causing Scorching Sun Hand's expression to abruptly change. The Scorching Sun Hand was the secret weapon of the True Yang sect, and only the upper echelons of the True Yang sect knew about it. The others, including Guji Yang, did not know about it. His identity in the outside world was that of a lone cultivator who had once had a fortuitous encounter. Because of this, he had secretly helped the True Yang sect resolve many small problems. If others were to find out about his relationship with the True Yang sect, the consequences would be very serious. Either the True Yang sect would silence him in order to cut ties, or he would be killed, which would bring a lot of trouble to the True Yang sect. You don't need to know too much, because knowing too much will only bring you big trouble. Scorching Sun Hand was not someone to be trifled with. He was extremely calm, and his threat made Purple Mountain ambiguous. He did not know what was going on. As long as I'm here, don't even think about killing Chunzong. Zishan did not continue to ask about the other party's identity, because the other party would definitely not tell him. Are you really determined to go against me? Scorching Sun Hand's face immediately darkened. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and anger mixed with killing intent burned in his body like a volcano that was about to erupt. If it were not for the fact that he did not have the confidence to kill Purple Mountain, he would have already attacked. No matter how much Scorching Sun Hand threatened him, Purple Mountain did not move. He just stared at the Scorching Sun Hand and used his actions to show his attitude. Scorching Sun Hand's figure flashed, and he immediately retreated. Then, he transformed into many figures that rushed out from different directions. Most of them rushed in the direction that Chunzong left, wanting to go around Purple Mountain and chase after Chunzong. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Purple Mountain's eyes flashed. He opened his arms and waved them continuously. Many palm and fish shadows were thrown out, shattering the Scorching Sun Hand's figures. One of the figures was forced to attack and shatter Purple Mountain's fish shadow, but it was also blocked by Purple Mountain. Chunzong did not know that after Purple Mountain left, the Scorching Sun Hand that was about to chase after him was intercepted, saving him from another life-threatening crisis. Using the sweeping 8 directions body technique, he could cross thousands of meters in one breath. He could do it multiple times, and after crossing tens of thousands of meters, his body technique changed into a buffer before he continued to use the sweeping 8 directions body technique. Along the way, Chunzong did not stop. Since his cultivation had broken through to the early stage of the 9th level of the true martial realm, and his technique had reached the 37th level, not only was his true power purer, its quantity had also increased by a lot. His recovery speed was faster, and every time he used his body technique, he could last longer. Crossing mountains, crossing rivers, and passing through dense forests, Chunzong pressed forward courageously, just like his 2 swords. After killing Underworld Raven, his spirit and willpower had a kind of sublimation. After going through the Scorching Sun Hand and being on the brink of death, Chunzong vaguely had a kind of comprehension between life and death. This kind of comprehension allowed Chunzong's spirit and willpower to sublimate further, but he needed time to comprehend it and accumulate it. Time flew by. While Chunzong was rushing, he would also stop to rest. During the rest time, he would cultivate and comprehend. His spirit and willpower became more and more condensed. When he opened and closed his eyes, there was a divine light inside. When Chunzong was rushing to the Imperial City, a piece of news was spread out from who knows where, and it immediately caused a great commotion. The current sword son of the Unhindered Sword sect, Chunzong, had used despicable means to kill the 3rd core disciple of the Wanluo sect, Underworld Raven. When this news was spread out, it immediately caused a great commotion in the Wanluo Prefecture and Tianjiang Prefecture. Even the neighboring Baoshan Prefecture and Pure Grace Prefecture were shocked. Who was Underworld Raven? He was the third core disciple of the Wanluo sect. He had the fighting strength of an early-stage 5-star sect, and was a ruthless person who had killed countless people. He was actually killed, and the one who killed him was a disciple from a small lower-ranked sect. Many people's first reaction when they heard this news was disbelief. They thought it was fake. After they confirmed it, they even thought that Chunzong had used some underhanded means to kill Underworld Raven. The people of the Wanluo sect thought so too, and they were all furious. Without a doubt, the person who spread the news was the Scorching Sun Hand. He couldn't deal with Chunzong in a short time, so he let the people of the Wanluo sect deal with Chunzong. In front of a colossus like the Wanluo sect, Chunzong was obviously inferior and weak. In the main hall of the Wanluo sect, the atmosphere was cold and gloomy. The murderous aura was almost frozen. Third Elder, I'll leave this matter to you. The sect master of the Wanluo sect had a gloomy expression, and his tone was cold. Yes, sect master. A skinny old man with a gloomy face stood up and responded. His voice was slightly sharp and hoarse, like the cry of an owl. The corner of his mouth was slightly slanted, and the smile on his face could scare ordinary people out of their wits. The third elder was a master of the thousand-formed sword, Li Shiyan. The third elder got up and left the Wanluo sect, quickly rushing in the direction of Tianjiang Mansion. Although he was a transcendent, he wasn't omnipotent. He couldn't calculate Chunzong's current location. Moreover, as a transcendent, he couldn't blatantly deal with Chunzong, otherwise it would be a violation of the laws of the dynasty. Although the sect and the imperial sect were getting along peacefully, as long as there was a chance to weaken the sect's strength, the imperial family wouldn't be lenient. Although he couldn't deal with Chunzong directly, the third elder had a better idea, and that was, this chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Cut off Chunzong's escape route. Therefore, the Wanluo sect's third elder went directly to Tianjiang Mansion. After entering Tianjiang Mansion, he went straight to the Unhindered Sword sect. An extremely cold and tyrannical aura descended directly outside the Unhindered Sword sect's Unhindered Sword Hall, as if a dark storm was raging. The temperature plummeted, as if hell had descended. Sect Master Lin Zhonghan and the 4 elders who had gathered in the Unhindered Sword Hall after receiving the news trembled. Their faces changed drastically, as they were terrified. The aura was so terrifying that it made them feel as if their blood was being frozen. A master, an extremely terrifying master, had descended. Using all their strength to resist this terrifying pressure, the 5 of them, led by Sect Master Lin Zhonghan, walked out with difficulty, their gazes falling on the Wanluo sect's third elder. The third elder's cold gaze swept across them, causing Lin Zhonghan and the 4 elders to tremble uncontrollably. Waves of coldness invaded their bodies, penetrating into the depths of their minds, as if their minds were about to be frozen. Lin Zhonghan, who was at the 3rd layer of the mortal realm, found it difficult to even open his mouth to ask questions under the 3rd elder's cold gaze and aura. Who are you? What brings you to my Unhindered Sword sect? An old voice rang out, followed by the appearance of a figure. It was the founding elder Yuan Lingzi. The difference between the 4th layer of the mortal realm and the 3rd layer of the mortal realm was obvious. But in the face of the Wanluo sect's 3rd elder's pressure, Yuan Lingzi was still very shocked, as if he couldn't withstand it. The 3rd elder was at least the 6th layer of the mortal realm. Yuan Lingzi's face was solemn, and he was extremely vigilant as he raised his strength to the maximum. You're the Unhindered Sword sect's elder Yuan Lingzi, 4th layer of the mortal realm. The Wanluo sect's 3rd elder smiled coldly, as a dark light flashed in his eyes. He then raised his finger and pointed in the air as a dark, cold finger energy shot out. Yuan Lingzi saw it, but found that he couldn't dodge it, nor could he react in time, as the cold finger energy hit his chest. His body trembled involuntarily, as an extremely cold energy invaded his body, crushing his strength like a hot knife through butter and corroding every part of his body. Yuan Lingzi's body trembled uncontrollably, and his face quickly turned pale, then green, as his aura weakened. You've been hit by my heavenly cold finger. You only have a few years left to live. The Wanluo sect's third elder laughed like an owl, but his words made Lin Zhonghan and the others grit their teeth. Heavenly cold finger. You're from the Wanluo sect. Yuan Lingzi said in a trembling voice, as he resisted the cold energy raging in his body. That's right. I'm a Wanluo sect's third elder. You've raised a good disciple, but you actually used a sneak attack to kill our sect's core disciple. This is unforgivable. The Wanluo sect's third elder didn't plan to beat around the bush, as he said with a gloomy face. Now is the time for you to make your choice. No, impossible. Yuan Lingzi's body was still trembling, and his lips were green, but he still resisted the unbearable pain. Chunzong. It's impossible for him to sneak attack a Wanluo sect disciple. Yuan Lingzi believed in Chunzong's character. First, expel Chunzong from the unhindered sword sect. The Wanluo sect's third elder ignored Yuan Lingzi's words and directly stated his conditions. Second, I'll kill all of you. Hearing the Wanluo sect's third elder's words, sect master Lin Zhonghan and the four elders, including Yuan Lingzi, all changed expressions, and their bodies trembled even more violently. End of chapter. Chapter 511. Outside the Sword Palace. The Wanluo sect's third elder unscrupulously released a powerful aura that was as cold as hell. It completely suppressed Grand Elder Yuan Lingzi, Sect Master Lin Zhonghan, and the four elders, making it difficult for them to move. Yuan Lingzi was severely injured by the third elder's finger. His entire body was weak as the cold energy continued to corrode his body and consume his vitality. If this continued, he would die in a year or two without any life-replenishing medicine, let alone a few years. If Yuan Lingzi died, then the Zongheng Sword Sect would lack a fourth-tier Mortal Realm fighter. The sect's rank would also drop from the lower tier to the lower tier, and they would no longer be part of the Tianjiang Prefecture's four sects. With the way the Heavenly Water Sect and True Yang Sect acted, the Unhindered Sword Sect would suffer a huge loss. Whether it could continue to exist in the end was still unknown. No one had expected such an unforeseen event to occur. And if Yuan Lingzi died, sect leader Lin Zhonghan, and the four elders all died, then the Unhindered Sword Sect would have no more transcendence. Then the Unhindered Sword Sect would be completely divided and become history. But Chunzong was the Unhindered Sword Son. Not only did he not betray the Unhindered Sword Sect, but he also made great contributions to the Unhindered Sword Sect. What should they do? In an instant, everyone was in a dilemma. One was morality, the other was sect. Especially sect leader Lin Zhonghan. He was in pain. The Wanluo sect's third elder had a sinister smile on his face. His cold aura locked on everyone, but he did not say anything. Of course, he could see everyone struggle. How should they choose? Lin Zhonghan closed his eyes in pain. Yuan Lingzi fell to the ground, his whole body trembling. Hurry up and make your choice. Otherwise, the cold energy will act up and you won't feel good. As the Wanluo sect's third elder's voice fell, Yuan Lingzi's body trembled even more violently. The terrifying cold energy wreaked havoc in his body, as if it was completely corroding his internal organs. The pain went straight to his bones and soul. Seeing Yuan Lingzi in such pain, Lin Zhonghan and the others were also very uncomfortable. Only the Wanluo sect's third elder had a sinister smile on his face. I know. Expel Chunzong. Lin Zhonghan opened his eyes, guilt and pain flashing in them. Then he said in a calm tone, a wise choice. The third elder of the Wanluo sect chuckled. Soon after, he opened his palm. There were 3 jet-black medicinal pills in his palm. The smell that they emitted was a little strange. It seemed to be a little fishy. Moreover, it was cold. Here are 3 antidotes. Take one each time the cold demon flares up. With a casual toss, 3 jet-black pills rolled to Yuan Lingzi's side. Remember, announce the expulsion of Chunzong immediately, or else. The third elder of the Wanluo sect let out a few threatening sneers and left the unhindered sword sect in a flash. With his strength, destroying the unhindered sword sect was naturally not a difficult task. All he had to do was to kill all the extreme mortal stage cultivators in the unhindered sword sect, and the unhindered sword sect would naturally be destroyed. If it was a few hundred years ago, they would have been able to do so. However, ever since they came under the rule of the royal family of Dragon Diagram, everything had to be done according to the laws set by the royal family of Dragon Diagram. Naturally, the chaos of the past had disappeared and was replaced by order. Even if there was some chaos, it was still controlled within the limits of order. Any transcendent realm cultivator was very rare. To a certain extent, they could be considered as members of the imperial dynasty. It would be best if none of them died. Perhaps one or two of them dying would not be a big deal, but if there were too many of them, it would anger the royal family of Dragon Diagram. That would be a blatant violation of the law, which was tantamount to slapping the royal family of Dragon Diagram in the face. However, after this incident, the unhindered sword sect also suffered a great blow. First of all, the Grand Elder Yuan Lingzi was hit by the heavenly cold demon finger. His strength was completely destroyed, and even if he could gather his strength again, he could only barely resist the cold demon. Moreover, the news of the unhindered sword sect expelling Chun Zong shocked everyone in the Tianjiang prefecture. The news spread like a storm. Everyone was stunned. Just what kind of thing did Chun Zong do to deserve to be expelled from the unhindered sword sect? Who knows? Those who did not know the truth often came up with countless guesses, especially those who were jealous of Chun Zong. They started rumors and spread all kinds of unfavorable news about Chun Zong. Good, it's a good expulsion. After the people of the True Yang sect heard the news, they were even more excited. They then ordered their disciples to spread unfavorable news about Chun Zong and the unhindered sword sect as much as possible. It didn't matter what the news was, as long as it could ruin the reputation of Chun Zong and the unhindered sword sect. During this period of time, the name Chun Zong was like thunder to the ears, and the unhindered sword sect's reputation soared. It completely overshadowed the heavenly water sect and pushed them to a level that the other three sects could not reach. When they were in the limelight, they would naturally attract jealousy. Now that they were weak, they would naturally be attacked head-on, and their reputation would be greatly damaged. In the unhindered sword sect, Junior brother, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Are you coming? Senior brother, wait a moment. I'm leaving too. A group of inner sect disciples packed up their things and carried them on their backs. They were about to leave the unhindered sword sect. Why are you doing this? There were also other disciples who were angry and questioned. Don't you understand? A genius like Senior Brother Chinzong was expelled by the sect without a clear explanation. This kind of behavior makes us disappointed. We don't want a sect that doesn't value its disciples and cuts off its future path. One of the inner sect disciples who was about to leave said with a sad face. His words caused everyone to fall silent. That's right. Senior Brother Chinzong was the unhindered sword son of this generation, and was also known as the most outstanding person in the history of the unhindered sword sect. He could be said to be unprecedented, and it was difficult to find a successor. The sect did not treat him like a treasure and focused on nurturing him. Instead, they expelled him without a reasonable explanation. If Senior Brother Chinzong was like this, then wouldn't it be worse for ordinary disciples like them to continue to stay in the sect? For a moment, people's hearts were scattered. The sect must have its difficulties, one of the disciples argued. A disciple explained, think about it. Why didn't the sect remove Senior Brother Chinzong's name before this? He must have been forced by someone. No matter what, the sect didn't give us a reasonable explanation. I'm disheartened and determined to leave. Everyone, don't stop me. Otherwise, we'll be enemies. The disciples were about to draw their swords and fight. Stop, let them go. A voice rang out, and a figure appeared. Eldest Senior Brother. One by one, they hurriedly stood up. The person who came was Lin Yuye. Lin Yuye's face did not have the usual smile. Instead, it was cold and solemn, and there was a trace of imperceptible exhaustion. Lin Yuya naturally knew why Chunzong was expelled from the sect. However, he could not say it. Otherwise, the other sects might take advantage of the time when Elder Yuan Lingzi was incapacitated to attack the Unhindered Sword sect. They would weaken the Unhindered Sword sect from all aspects. Eldest senior brother, please tell us. Why did the sect remove senior brother Chunzong from the list? Eldest senior brother, are you jealous of senior brother Chunzong? Are you worried that senior brother Chunzong will replace you as the sect leader in the future? This kind of questioning made Lin Yuya's expression change slightly. His heart felt as if it had been stabbed by a sword. It ached faintly, but he could not explain the real reason. The sect naturally has its reasons for doing so. Lin Yuya took a deep breath and said calmly, Chunzong did something wrong and seriously damaged the sect's interests. That's why he was removed from the list. What did senior brother Chunzong do wrong? Tell us. Faced with the crowd's questioning, Lin Yuya felt both gratified and uncomfortable. He was gratified because Chunzong had a lot of prestige among the disciples. He was uncomfortable because he could not explain the misunderstanding. There are some things that won't benefit you if you know. Lin Yuya could only say so. Humph, I think you're jealous of senior brother Chunzong, so you're trying to remove him from the list. Someone said angrily and left without looking back. When the first person left, a second person followed. Soon, a group of disciples left. The disciples who stayed looked at Lin Yuya with a bit of surprise and suspicion. Lin Yuya had a headache about this. He felt that it was very troublesome, so he could only turn around and leave. The three major sects of Tianjiang Prefecture, as well as many unranked sects, also took action. They investigated everywhere to find out the reason why the Unhindered Swordsmanship sect had publicly announced the removal of Chunzong from the list. If they could figure out the reason, they might be able to make a big deal out of it. There was no such thing as an eternally friendly sect, nor was there an eternally hostile sect. As long as there were enough benefits, everything could change. The entire Tianjiang Prefecture knew that a large number of Unhindered Swordsmanship sect disciples had left, especially the smaller sects. They clapped their hands and cheered. In this way, the Unhindered Swordsmanship sect's reputation would be damaged even more. Their strength would slowly decline because of this, and it would be even more difficult for geniuses to enter the sect in the future. The Baoshan Prefecture also knew of this news, but the reaction was relatively small. After all, the Unhindered Swordsmanship sect wasn't located in the Baoshan Prefecture, so there were no interests involved. As for the Pure Grace House, no one would have paid attention to Chunzong if he hadn't won first place in the matchless sword battle and turned down the offers of 2 Earth Spirit Realm cultivators 3 times in a row. Chunzong was even more famous in the Wanluo Prefecture. Because the Wanluo sect was fanning the flames behind the scenes, the news had spread like wildfire. In the past, Chunzong's fame was good, but this time it was bad. Chunzong, who was focused on his journey, didn't know about this. But the news spread too fast, and under the intentional fanning of the Wanluo sect, it finally reached Chunzong's ears. When Chunzong heard the news, his first reaction was shock. I've been expelled from the sect. Chunzong's face was full of surprise. He didn't believe it at all, and thought it was just a rumor. Grand Elder Yuan Lingzi had given him wholeheartedly, and the sect master Lin Zhonghan and the other elders valued him greatly. Moreover, he hadn't done anything wrong to the sect, so how could he have been expelled? But as he heard more and more news, Chunzong's face couldn't help but become serious. This was because all of the news was unfavorable to him. There were all kinds of bad news, including bad news about the Unhindered Swordsmanship sect. There were all kinds of rumors, but it was enough to prove that it wasn't a coincidence, but someone had deliberately done it. Chapter 512. The quaint golden color formed a vast expanse, as if a majestic giant beast was prostrating on ground. It exuded an unparalleled solemnity and majesty. Despite the vicissitudes of time, it remained majestic and domineering. It even contained a hint of nobility. Looking from afar, it looked like a sleeping dragon. This was the Imperial City. Looking at the Imperial City in front of him, Chunzong was indescribably shocked. The Cloud Dragon dynasty was not small, and its imperial city was also quite majestic. However, compared to the imperial city of the Longtu dynasty, it was like a kitten compared to a tiger. Chunzong had already confirmed that his name was removed from the Zhongrong sword sect. He could not help but feel depressed. However, he did not blame or resent them, because there must be a reason for the Zhongrong sword sect to suddenly make such an announcement. As such, combined with all the bad news, Chunzong could be sure that this was a conspiracy. Someone was adding fuel to the fire to deal with him or the Zhongrong sword sect. The possibility of them targeting him was higher. Perhaps it was too big of a fanfare and unbelievable, but Chunzong could not think of any other reason. Then, following this train of thought, he could slowly straighten things out. The only suspicious point was, who was the mastermind behind this? Who was the mastermind behind all this fanfare to deal with him? Originally, Chunzong wanted to return to the Tianjiang prefecture and ask the Zhongrong sword sect about it. However, after thinking about it, he gave up on this idea. If his speculation was true, and someone was secretly plotting against him and the Zhongrong sword sect, then it would be useless for him to return to the Zhongrong sword sect now. At the end of the day, he was too weak. If he was strong enough, then all the plots and schemes would be a joke. However, Chunzong was also very clear that cultivation and strength could not be achieved overnight. It required time and energy. Even if he could advance by leaps and bounds, it was the result of a long period of accumulation. His cultivation was not low among his peers, and his strength was not weak either. However, compared to those experts who had cultivated for tens or even hundreds of years, there was still a huge gap. Time was an unfathomable and mysterious force that could make all living things wither and flourish. He only hoped that stepping into the imperial city this time would make him stronger. Only by becoming stronger would he have the ability to calmly deal with all the difficulties and dangers. Taking a deep breath, Chunzong got rid of all the distracting thoughts in his mind and strode toward the open gate of the imperial city. His gait was like a dragon's gait, and a tiger's gait was like a sharp sword pointing straight ahead, pressing forward courageously. In front of the open gate of the imperial city, there were 6 guards wearing silver-gray dragon claw armor. They had long sabers at their waists, and their expressions were cold. Their eyes were as sharp as blades, sweeping across the faces of the people who wanted to enter the city. It was enough to make people with bad intentions tremble in fear. 6 pairs of eyes fell on Chunzong at the same time. Their eyes were as sharp as blades, as if they were going to tear Chunzong apart. Chunzong defended himself spontaneously, and he could clearly feel the cultivation of these 6 guards. LV9 of the true martial realm. These 6 people gave Chunzong a feeling that they were not ordinary 9th-layer true martial realm cultivators, but rather peak 9th-layer true martial realm cultivators. Their combat strength was definitely not ordinary. Looking at the 2 unhindered sword sect disciples guarding the main gate, and their cultivation was only at the 4th or 5th layer of the true martial realm, the gap between them was obvious. These 6 people were the famous Dragonclaw guards who guarded the imperial city. Under the cold gazes of the 6 Dragonclaw guards, Chunzong strode into the imperial city without any fear, because there was nothing to be afraid of. The imperial city was not as crowded as he had imagined, but the streets were very wide, enough for several carriages to pass through at the same time without being crowded. Every person walking on the streets exuded a strong aura. True martial realm cultivators were everywhere, and even pseudo-transcendents could be seen. Along the way, Chunzong even saw several transcendents. One had to know that transcendents were lofty existences, and it was very difficult to see them on a normal day. In some sect, unless one was a core disciple, it was impossible to see a transcendence in the sect under normal circumstances. But in the imperial city, transcendents would appear on the streets, which was really surprising, and even more shocking for the prosperity of the imperial city. But thinking about it from another perspective, Chunzong's mouth curled into a smile. This also meant that there were more masters and more geniuses in the imperial city. Perhaps he could obtain better tempering and become stronger. For Chunzong, the imperial city was a strange place, and for the imperial city, Chunzong was a stranger. For the first time, Chunzong did not know where to find an opponent. He could not just aimlessly attack everywhere that could violate the laws of the imperial city. With his current ability, if he violated the laws of the imperial city, the consequences would be very serious. First, he needed to find a place to stay and learn more about the situation in the imperial city. Although the imperial city was not densely populated, the people who came and went were quite wealthy. Therefore, there were many restaurants in the imperial city, and one could see one just by walking a few steps. The Grand Harmony Restaurant, an elegant name, was also a famous restaurant in the imperial city, ranked in the top 3 of all restaurants. Chunzong stepped into the restaurant. "Sir, would you like to stay or eat?" A well-dressed waiter quickly ran over to greet him warmly. "Both," Chunzong said calmly. "We have 3 levels of guest rooms: heaven, earth, and human, as well as a small courtyard. Which one would you like to stay in?" The waiter's attitude became even more enthusiastic. Small courtyard. Chunzong did not ask about the price and directly decided. The prices in the imperial city might be higher than in other places, but so what? Chunzong, who had killed many strong enemies, had also obtained a lot of spoils. Among them, there were some spirit shells and substandard spirit sources. In total, there were tens of thousands of spirit shells. In addition, there were many substandard spirit sources in the Void Ring, so his wealth was even greater. The poor studied while the rich practiced martial arts. Without money, how could one pursue martial arts? Just the chi and blood realm alone required a lot of medicine to nourish chi and blood. Otherwise, it would only leave one's body with hidden injuries. The training force realm and the higher real martial arts realm all had requirements for external strength. Without the help of external strength, one could only rely on hard work and progress very slowly. Therefore, martial artists would try their best to make money, and when they made money, they would use it to exchange it for things beneficial to their own cultivation. A better environment was also beneficial to oneself. Subconsciously, people always yearned for better things, unless they had no conditions and could only make do. Chunzong could adapt to all kinds of environments, no matter good or bad. However, if he had enough conditions and ability, naturally he would want to live in a better place. The 3 levels of guest rooms, heaven, earth, and human, were just rooms. The difference might be in size or decoration. Small courtyards were different because they were independent. If one wanted to cultivate well, small courtyards were undoubtedly better. "Okay, sir, please follow me." The waiter's face was full of smiles. The price of small courtyards was not low. Moreover, he would be able to get some benefits from the small courtyards he was in charge of. The small courtyards of the Grand Uli restaurant were located behind the restaurant. There were a total of 10 of them. Although they were not very big, they were very elegant and independent. Chunzong took a few glances and was very satisfied with this exquisite antique courtyard. The decoration seemed simple, but it gave people a kind of grand and unadorned feeling. It was very pleasing to the eye and very comfortable. Obviously, it was the work of a famous master. Not everyone was determined to pursue martial arts, and not everyone had the talent to pursue martial arts. Everything in the world had its existence and its necessity. Clothing, food, shelter, and transportation were all part of everything in the world. Common men in the marketplace, skilled craftsmen. A day's stay in this small courtyard cost 100 spirit shells. The price was indeed frighteningly high, but Chunzong did not care. Soon, the waiter brought the meal. It was made with the flesh and bones of 6th-level demonic beasts and some precious medicines that were beneficial to the real martial realm. It was worth the 100 spirit shells a day. After the meal, Chunzong cultivated for a while. Then he walked out of the courtyard and the Grand Uli restaurant. He came to the main street of the Imperial City and walked straight along the street. At this time, it was already sunset. The sun was setting in the west, and the residual red light reflected on the horizon like a burning fire. There was a kind of soul-stirring magnificence. Under the setting sun, The simple golden color of the imperial city was covered with a layer of evening red. The sleeping dragon looked even more peaceful. Inside the imperial city, on the wide and flat streets, the pedestrians were as calm as usual. It seemed that everyone did not have to rush about for a living. The imperial city was very big. There were many distinctive buildings and many scenic spots. However, Shenzong did not go deep. He just passed by and had a preliminary look so that he could have a more intuitive understanding of the imperial city. As night fell, Shenzong walked nearly half of the imperial city. His speed was not fast, and it could be said that he deliberately slowed down. The imperial city was brightly lit everywhere. Red lights filled the air, and there were also specks of deep blue, light purple, or bright yellow, adding even more brilliance to the night. It was magnificent and magnificent. This was also the imperial city's rather famous 10,000 lantern night view, famous far and wide. Young men and women walked on the streets, and it was even more lively than during the day. Shenzong took a detour back to enjoy the unique night view of the imperial city, but his eyes were calm and deep, like a deep pool. Walking back to the Grand Uli restaurant and back to the small courtyard, Shenzong closed his eyes and cleared his mind of all distracting thoughts before cultivating again. Inside the 10,000 sifting sect, reporting to Third Elder, Shenzong has stepped into the imperial city. A 10,000 sifting sect pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator who was ordered to track down Shenzong knelt in front of the gloomy Third Elder and reported respectfully. Very good. Spread the news to the imperial city and make it difficult for Shenzong to move around. Third Elder grinned sinisterly. The Third Elder laughed sinisterly. The purpose of entering the imperial city was to gain experience, to borrow some of the imperial city's power, to make oneself stronger. However, he was not going to do as he wished. In the end, if it were not for the imperial court's laws, Third Elder would not have gone through so much trouble and directly killed Shenzong. Yes, the mastermind behind the scenes took action again. The people who belonged to the 10,000 sifting sect in the imperial city also immediately took action, spreading the news as quickly as possible to tarnish Shenzong's reputation. To the royal capital, Shenzong was an insignificant stranger, but in a single night, many people, whether directly or indirectly, heard this name, learned of this person's identity and origins, and even learned of the terrible things this person had done. Chapter 5:13. The imperial city was ablaze with lights, not going out until dawn. Shenzong opened his eyes. A sharp light tore through the dusk of dawn. It was as bright as the sun in the day. After a night of cultivation, Shenzong naturally couldn't make any significant progress in his cultivation, but cultivation was like rowing a boat against the current. If he didn't advance, he would fall back. Persevering in cultivation was a good habit, slowly accumulating and settling down until the conditions were right. Standing up, leaping forward, drawing his sword, Shenzong practiced his sword skills in this small courtyard. Although it seemed chaotic, it actually contained profound mysteries. Asterisk bang bang bang. Asterisk a dull sound rang out as the heavy wooden door of the courtyard shook. Shenzong casually waved his sword and used his strength to open the door, revealing two people standing outside. One of them was the restaurant waiter who had brought Shenzong here yesterday, while the other was a middle-aged fat man with a round belly. Although he was trying his best to restrain his aura, Shenzong was still keenly aware that he was a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator. In an instant, Shenzong became vigilant, but on the surface he remained calm. "I'm the shopkeeper of the Grand Harmony restaurant." The fat man introduced himself. Shenzong was even more surprised. The shopkeeper of a restaurant turned out to be a pseudo-transcendent realm master. Unexpected. However, in the Imperial City, this was nothing out of the ordinary, because the Grand Harmony restaurant was the property of a transcendent realm master. The Grand Harmony restaurant does not welcome you. Leave immediately. As for the 100 spirit shells for your room, we will return them to you. The shopkeeper's tone was slightly cold, and Shenzong could even see a trace of disgust in his small eyes. Puzzled, Shenzong was very puzzled. Logically speaking, this was his first time entering the Imperial City and also his first time visiting the Grand Harmony restaurant, so there shouldn't be any conflict between them. However, the fat shopkeeper obviously didn't have any intention of explaining, turning around and leaving after speaking. "Sir, please come out." The waiter was no longer as enthusiastic as he had been the day before. Instead, he was cold and impatient. If there was no place for him here, there would be another place for him. Chunzong didn't shamelessly walk away. He walked out of the grand pleasure restaurant under several disdainful gazes. Having just arrived at the Imperial City, Chunzong didn't want to leave just like that. It was necessary to find another place to stay, so he went to the next restaurant. "Your name is Chunzong, and you came from Tianjiang Prefecture? Get out! Get out! Our restaurant doesn't welcome traitors like you." While pushing and shoving, Chunzong left the second restaurant. His expression remained unchanged, but his mind was working quickly. With just a few words, Chunzong quickly sorted out his thoughts. Deceiving his master and destroying his ancestors? This was a serious crime. It was enough to make one a target of scorn. In other words, the mastermind behind the scenes had once again started a conspiracy against him. Although he didn't know why the mastermind was doing this, it was definitely not good for him. Perhaps leaving the Imperial City now was the best way, but Chunzong didn't want to leave. Since the mastermind behind the scenes didn't directly take action, but added fuel to the fire behind the scenes, then he would deal with it. Chunzong walked to the third restaurant. However, the shopkeeper also asked for his name. After learning that it was Chunzong, he asked where he came from. When he heard that he came from Tianjiang Prefecture, he also drove Chunzong away with a face full of disgust. "You're worse than a beast. Don't tarnish this place." Chunzong didn't feel angry. His heart was as calm as the ice sea. "Traitors, worse than a beast. How many more crimes are there?" Chunzong murmured to himself. They were trying to accuse him of more crimes. They found 7 restaurants and 3 inns in a row. After learning Chunzong's name and background, they drove him away. They weren't afraid that Chunzong would lose his temper and beat him. After all, this was the Imperial City. If anyone dared to make a move without permission, the Dragonclaw guards would immediately come to arrest him. Those who dared to resist would be beheaded directly. Chunzong also heard all kinds of unpleasant words, such as beasts who betray their masters and ancestors are worse than ungrateful beasts, despicable and shameless, and so on. It almost made Chunzong become a heinous person. Moreover, Chunzong also knew that no restaurant or inn would let him stay. It was useless no matter how much money he spent. However, in such a large imperial city, not everything was like those restaurants and inns. In the end, Chunzong still found a place to stay. It was a small, dilapidated inn in a relatively remote alley. This kind of small and run by people without any power did not care about your identity or background. As long as you paid the money, they would accept you. Of course, the environment of this kind of small and couldn't be compared to those big inns and restaurants. An old wooden bed, a broken wooden table, and a bumpy chair were all the furnishings in the room. The remaining space was very small, and he could only turn around. Chunzong sat on the hard wooden bed. He wasn't cultivating, but was thinking. From all the clues he knew, he was trying to deduce who was plotting against him. However, without enough information, Chunzong couldn't deduce at the moment. Suddenly, the old door was rudely pushed open and fell down. A few figures appeared outside the door. Their cold gazes swept into the room and landed on Chunzong. Chunzong also looked over and was slightly startled. Among those people, he saw a familiar face. Ding Xian. Chunzong was a little uncertain because this was the imperial city of the Longta dynasty. It was very far away from the Cloud Dragon dynasty. How could Ding Xian appear here? Hearing Chunzong's 2 words, Ding Xian's face darkened. "My name is Long Pozong," he said, his voice cold and stiff. He was indeed Ding Xian. After being defeated by Chunzong, he left the imperial city of the Cloud Dragon dynasty in search of a breakthrough. In the end, he cultivated to the level of half a step into the great perfection of the Qi refining realm. After crossing the sinking Feather River, he coincidentally met an expert from the imperial family. His cultivation level of half a step into the great perfection of the qi refining realm was quite extraordinary. Even if there were many geniuses in the imperial family, few could reach this level. Naturally, Ding Xian was brought into the imperial city and accepted as a member of the imperial family. He changed his surname to Long Xian. However, Ding Xian was very obsessed. He wanted to defeat Qinzong and even kill Qinzong. Therefore, not only did he change his surname, but he also changed his name. Pozong. The meaning of these two words was profound and direct. Qinzong was surprised to find that Ding Xian, or rather, Long Pozong's cultivation level had reached the early stage of the 9th level of the true martial realm. To reach this level, he had put in a lot of effort and went through a lot of hardships. He had even walked the line between life and death a few times. Relying on the imperial family was indeed very beneficial. Qinzong sighed, but he was not the least bit envious. If he could rely on himself, he would rely on himself. The path he walked would be even more exciting. Qinzong, I heard that you're the most outstanding sword son in the history of the unhindered sword sect. How could you live in such a shabby place? It's a disgrace to your status, Long Pozong said with a sneer. From the moment he saw Ding Xian, Qinzong knew that Ding Xian didn't come with good intentions. Therefore, Qinzong didn't find it strange at all what Ding Xian said. As for the people standing behind Long Pozong, they all had cold expressions on their faces. The silver armor they wore was imprinted with the image of a dragon's tooth. They were the Dragon Teeth Guard. Qinzong also discovered that Ding Xian was also wearing silver armor with the image of a dragon's tooth. However, the color was different. Oh, I almost forgot. You've already been expelled from the unhindered sword sect. You betrayed your master, destroyed your ancestors, and are ungrateful. I didn't think that you would be such a person. Ding Xian spoke with a face of sudden realization. He looked very pained, but his eyes were full of mockery. However, Qinzong's expression was still calm. He didn't fly into a rage out of humiliation because of Ding Xian's mockery. The kind of calm gaze actually made Ding Xian feel uncomfortable and even angrier. Ding Xian, you didn't come looking for me just to say these words, did you? Qinzong opened his mouth and spoke in a calm tone. Ding Xian took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Of course, he hadn't come looking for Qinzong to mock him, but because he had a mission. It was just that the grudge between him and Qinzong was too deep. It was to the point that anger surged in his heart whenever he saw Qinzong, so he had to mock him. Qinzong, although you've done many disgraceful things, you do have some talent. It just so happens that the third prince admires talented people the most and has decided to give you a chance. If you perform well, you may be able to be put in an important position by the third prince. Ding Xian was very unwilling, but he had no choice. He had to rely on the third prince and was used by the third prince. Whatever the third prince ordered, he would carry it out accordingly. The third prince. Qinzong repeated silently, but he was a little confused. The third prince should be referring to the third prince of the Longtu dynasty. Why did he send someone to look for him at this time? Qinzong couldn't help but feel puzzled. However, no matter what kind of person the third prince was, Qinzong wasn't interested in him at all. This was because Ding Xian, whether it was Ding Xian's expression or his words, revealed his hostility towards him. That's right, the third prince of the dynasty. He's the most capable one among the 9 princes. It's your good fortune to be chosen by the third prince, Ding Xian said with a cold smile. Thank you, third prince, for thinking highly of me. I'm afraid I don't have that good fortune. Qinzong smiled slightly and responded to Ding Xian in a calm tone. So you're saying that you're rejecting? Ding Xian was secretly delighted. He smiled coldly and said, I'm rejecting the third prince's invitation. Qinzong really didn't want to talk to Ding Xian anymore. When they were in the Cloud Dragon dynasty, although Ding Xian was hostile towards him, at that time, Qinzong felt that Ding Xian was a person with integrity. He didn't expect that Ding Xian would change so much in just a few years. Of course, it was also possible that his impression of Ding Xian back then was wrong. Good. Not only did you reject the third prince's invitation, I heard that you also rejected the Jinghong Mansion's master's offer to take you in as a disciple. The reason was that you didn't want to change your surname. It seems that you looked down on the surname Long too. Ding Xian didn't hesitate to slander Chen Zong. Ding Xian, don't speak carelessly. I've never looked down on any surname, Chen Zong said solemnly. To be able to establish a dynasty, the ancestor of the Draganda dynasty was undoubtedly worthy of respect. What reason did Chen Zong have to look down on the surname Long Tu? Besides, wasn't looking down on the surname Long Tu just making trouble for himself for no reason? Umph. Ding Xian smiled coldly and swept his eyes over Chen Zong with a trace of undetectable viciousness. As if he hadn't heard Chen Zong's words, he turned around and strode away with a few Dragon Teeth guards, disappearing before Chen Zong's eyes. Chapter 514. There were 3 famous guards within the capital: the Dragonclaw Guard, the Dragon Teeth Guard, and the Dragon Eye Guard. The Dragonclaw Guard's duty was to maintain order within the capital and prevent all crimes. Within the headquarters of the Dragon Teeth Guard, a tall and strong commander wearing dragon teeth armor sat at the head. His gaze was cold as he stared down at Long Pozong, who was kneeling on one knee. Another person sat on the other side. He looked cultured and refined, wearing a golden robe embroidered with dragons emerging from the water. He had a playful smile on his face as he played with a dark red ball in his hand. The ball emitted a faint but unique fragrance that seeped into one's heart, calming one's mind and clearing one's mind. Third Prince, Commander, Chen Zong has rejected the Third Prince's offer. Ding Xian, Long Pozong, immediately added. Although he didn't say it explicitly, Chen Zong's words indicated that he was against changing his surname to Long, Third Prince. What do you think? The Dragon Teeth Guard commander ignored Long Pozong and looked at the Third Prince. The Dragon Teeth Guard belonged to the Third Prince's faction. Public order within the capital has been good recently. The Dragonclaw Guard's deterrence is a bit lacking. The Third Prince said ambiguously with a smile on his face. The Dragon Teeth Guard commander and Long Pozong both revealed smiles of understanding. The owner of the Shabby Inn was sitting comfortably on an old recliner, fanning himself with a fan in one hand and holding a teapot in the other. He took a sip from time to time, appearing indescribably relaxed. This inn might not be able to make him rich, but basic necessities were no problem at all. He didn't have much ambition and was content with a small fortune. Suddenly, a series of orderly footsteps sounded. They were short and forceful, startling the owner of the inn. He hastily stood up to take a look, and his face immediately paled. He saw 10 people in silver armor approaching quickly. There was a dragon claw pattern on their armor. Dragonclaw Guard, why have you come to my shabby place? The owner hastily stood up, his entire body trembling. He couldn't help but be afraid. Something was about to happen when the Dragonclaw Guard was on the move. Is there anyone called Chen Zong here? The leader of the Dragonclaw Guard asked, his tone sharp and unyielding. Sir, there are many people living in my shabby place, but I've never asked for their names. The owner hastily bowed and replied, Is there such a person? One of the Dragonclaw Guards took out a scroll and unfurled it. On it was a portrait of a person's head. It was Chen Zong. Yes, he lives. The owner glanced at the Dragonclaw Guard commander, nodding his head with certainty. The 10 Dragonclaw Guards didn't pay any more attention to the innkeeper. They directly rushed into the inn and went straight to the second floor. When they arrived in front of room 3, they kicked open the door without saying a word. Powerful auras immediately locked onto Chen Zong. Chen Zong, we suspect that you're involved in a murder and robbery case. Surrender now and follow us back for investigation. If you didn't do it, we will prove your innocence, the leader of the Dragonclaw Guard shouted. In an instant, Chen Zong's mind raced. His intuition told him that this matter had something to do with Ding Xian. No, it had something to do with the Third Prince. Logically speaking, he could not go against the Dragonclaw Guards, because the Dragonclaw Guard were the guards of the Imperial City. They had great power and many masters. Moreover, the Dragonclaw Guards represented the face of the royal family. However, Chunzong also understood that the so-called murder and robbery case had nothing to do with him. Since the Dragonclaw guards suddenly came to him and named him, it was obvious that they were plotting something. If he really allowed himself to be captured and taken away, he would be in a hopeless situation. After all, he had just arrived and had no foundation in the Imperial City. He was just a warrior of the genuine martial arts realm. Even if he was a genius, if he lacked a strong enough backer, he would be like a rootless duckweed. Even if he was killed, there would be no justice. In an instant, Chunzong's mind raced. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, and he made a decision. Getting up, Chunzong walked toward the Dragonclaw guards without any breath. He looked calm, but the 10 Dragonclaw guard were extremely vigilant. Their sharp eyes fell on Chunzong, as if they wanted to tear him apart. The cultivation of the 10 Dragonclaw guards had reached the 9th level of the genuine martial arts realm. Their breath was fierce and not easy to deal with. The position they stood in seemed to be random, but there was a hidden mystery. They could burst out the most powerful attack in an instant and form an encirclement, making it impossible for the enemy to escape. Directly taking the full blow of 10 warriors of the 9th level of the genuine martial arts realm was definitely not a good feeling, especially since none of the 10 warriors was weak. Chunzong approached the opponents. His expression still didn't change, and his body didn't emit any breath fluctuation. It looked like he was really going to be captured without putting up a fight. The moment Chunzong approached the Dragonclaw guards, all of a sudden, his tyrannical true power broke out and bombarded in all directions. The terrible power directly made it difficult for the Dragonclaw guards to stand still. Their encirclement was broken by Chunzong as their bodies swayed. Using the floating swan body technique to the extreme, Chunzong's body was extremely flexible. Combined with the sweeping 8 directions body technique, he quickly rushed into the middle of the 10 Dragonclaw guards. The 10 Dragonclaw guards were experienced in hundreds of battles. Their reaction was extremely fast. They immediately used the Dragonclaw hand to grab Chunzong. It was as if 10 Dragonclaws were grabbing from all directions. It was impossible to go up to the sky or down to the ground. It sealed off the surroundings and eliminated all of Chunzong's escape routes. If it were other warriors in the real martial arts realm, it would be very difficult to deal with such a counterattack. However, with his high realm, Chunzong could clearly feel the trajectory of the 10 Dragonclaw guards' attacks. He knew exactly where each claw would grab him. With a high degree of control over his body, Chunzong could easily make all kinds of incredible movements. Twisting, he was more flexible than a snake. He avoided the Dragonclaw hands one by one. He was more slippery than a loach. Every attack of the 10 Dragonclaw guards missed. However, Chunzong didn't escape. Instead, he counterattacked. Chunzong's idea was very simple. It wasn't difficult to escape, but then he would have to face the pursuit of the 10 Dragonclaw guards. At that time, it would definitely attract more trouble. At that time, he would attract more powerful warriors. He might be captured alive or even killed on the spot. It was also inappropriate to kill the 10 Dragonclaw guards. It was tantamount to going against the royal family. The plan now was to defeat the 10 Dragonclaw guards and make them lose their ability to move for a certain period of time. Then he would take the opportunity to escape and leave the Imperial City. Once the decision was made, Chunzong didn't hesitate. However, he didn't draw his sword. Instead, he stretched out his hands and pointed his sword at the bodies of the 10 Dragonclaw guards. The tyrannical, pure yang qi and great true force rushed into the bodies of the 10 Dragonclaw guards. The Dragonclaw guards' qi, blood, and true force were defeated. They instantly lost the ability to move and fell to the ground. Then, Chunzong defeated the owner of the inn and rushed out of the inn without looking back. He quickly went to the gate of the Imperial City. His expression was calm, but his steps were fast, like a gust of wind. Chunzong knew that his attack just now was enough to make the 10 Dragonclaw guards lie down for a few hours. As for the owner of the inn, he would lie down for even longer. A few hours was enough for Chunzong to rush out of the Imperial City. As for after leaving the city, he would take it one step at a time. Just as Chunzong quickly left the inn and arrived at the main street, A person in the distance showed a smile. Chunzong, you really didn't give up without a fight. Now that's interesting. Ding Xian secretly smiled, but didn't pursue because there was no need to. Chunzong couldn't escape at all. This imperial city had already been set up. Even if Chunzong was a transcendent realm master, he couldn't leave safely. Resist. Struggle. The more violent you are, the more serious the consequences will be. Ding Xian muttered to himself, a grin appearing on his face. Moving as fast as the wind, Chunzong's face gradually became dignified because he felt like he was being watched. It was as if there were sharp gazes locked onto him from all directions. Moving even faster, like a bolt of lightning, Chunzong flew towards the city gate. Gradually, Chunzong also saw the city gate. As long as he rushed out of the city, he might be able to leave this place. Immediately, at the city gate, a group of dragon claw guards appeared, intercepting Chunzong at the gate, waiting for him to approach so he could walk right into their trap. These 10 dragon claw guards were different from the previous dragon claw guards. Each of them exuded a tyrannical aura. Chunzong estimated that this kind of aura was at least 3-star. Immediately after, another figure flashed and appeared in front of the 10 dragon claw guards, his hands crossed behind his back, a calm expression on his face as he stared at Chunzong indifferently. Pseudo-transcendent realm. Chunzong paused. If it were 10 3-star cultivators, he was confident he could deal with them, but a pseudo-transcendent realm master was beyond his ability to deal with. Without hesitation, Chunzong immediately turned around, only to see another pseudo-transcendent realm master a few hundred meters away, also wearing dragon claw guard armor, staring at him indifferently. Chunzong's heart sank. Not only were there pseudo-transcendent realm dragon claw guards in front and behind him, but there were also pseudo-transcendent realm dragon claw guards on his left and right. He wasn't a match for any one of them, let alone 4. The encirclement formed by 4 pseudo-transcendent realm masters eliminated any possibility of Chunzong escaping, unless he used the red thunder sword. However, Chunzong was also very clear that if he really used the red thunder sword, the consequences would be even more serious. At that time, the ones chasing after him wouldn't be pseudo-transcendents, but real transcendents. Perhaps even Earth Spirit Realm Masters would be dispatched. How should I deal with the current predicament? A sense of helplessness filled his heart, but Chunzong didn't give up, constantly trying to think of a way to escape. This trip to the Imperial City absolutely couldn't become his own grave. The 4 pseudo-transcendent realm dragon claw guards didn't approach, instead just standing in place with indifferent looks on their faces. At that moment, a figure appeared beside Chunzong like a bolt of lightning. It was a middle-aged man wearing a gray robe and carrying a long sword on his back. The scabbard was simple and somewhat old. His hair was white and the corners of his eyes were covered with crow's feet. He didn't seem to be young. Chapter 5:15. The blue tiles and blue bricks were like gold and jade. Stepping through the open door, a spacious courtyard greeted his eyes. The ground was paved with broken stone slabs, creating a unique scenery. In the corner of the courtyard, there was a small pavilion with a man sitting in it, his back facing Chunzong. Chunzong couldn't see his face, but from his back, he seemed a little thin. Looking at his clothes, it was clear his identity wasn't ordinary. The gray-robed, middle-aged man didn't pay attention to Chunzong and walked towards the pavilion. "Ninth Prince, I've brought him." The gray-robed, middle-aged man stood outside the pavilion and bowed slightly. The man in the pavilion turned around, his eyes first falling on the gray-robed, middle-aged man, a smile appearing on his handsome face. Without any pretense, he said in a clear voice, "Teacher, I'll have to trouble you. It's my duty." The middle-aged man seemed to be a man of few words. After speaking, he retreated to the side and stood upright like a sword. Chunzong stood at the entrance of the courtyard. The conversation between the two was not concealed, so he could hear it clearly. The 9th prince. The Longtu dynasty had 9 princes, and the man in front of him was one of them. Chunzong remained calm on the surface, but his heart sank slightly. The previous incident was most likely related to the third prince, and now the ninth prince had appeared. Previously, when he was surrounded by the Dragonclaw guards, he wanted to rush out of the imperial city, but it was as if he had fallen into a trap. The people who surrounded him were four pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators of the Dragonclaw guards. He wasn't a match for any one of them. Just when Qinzong was at his wit's end, the gray-robed, middle-aged man with a sword on his back appeared. Without saying a word, he directly asked him to follow him. The four pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators of the Dragonclaw guards hesitated, but didn't stop him, as if they didn't dare. It seemed that they also knew that this middle-aged man was one of the ninth prince's men. At this point, he could only act according to the situation. Qinzong greets the ninth prince. Qinzong calmly saluted. No need for formalities, Brother Chun. The ninth prince looked at Qinzong and smiled slightly. The way he addressed him made Qinzong slightly startled. There didn't seem to be any malicious intent. Brother Chun, please take a seat. The ninth prince gestured at the empty seat within the gazebo. Qinzong wasn't afraid. He strode into the gazebo and sat down across from the ninth prince. His calmness made the ninth prince's eyes flash. The gray-robed, middle-aged man also glanced at Qinzong. Qinzong would like to thank the ninth prince and this senior for helping me out. Qinzong said seriously. It's nothing. Besides, all the accusations are groundless. The ninth prince smiled coldly. Doing such a thing is smearing the reputation of the imperial family. There are 3 guards within the imperial city: the Dragon Eye Guard, the Dragon Teeth Guard, and the Dragonclaw Guard. The ninth prince changed the topic. The 3 guards each have their own duties. The Dragonclaw Guard's duty is to maintain order in the capital and put an end to all crimes. The Dragon Eye Guard's duty is to monitor everything and gather information. As for the Dragon Teeth Guard, they are responsible for arresting criminals. Qinzong nodded when he heard this. He didn't know much about these things. My third brother is the supervisor of the Dragon Teeth Guard, and I'm the supervisor of the Dragon Eye Guard. The ninth prince said, surprising Qinzong. The supervision of the Dragon Eye Guard has given me a better understanding of Brother Chun. The ninth prince smiled, as if trying to attract Qinzong's interest. Qinzong's heart shook when he heard this. Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. A straightforward person does not resort to insinuations. The ninth prince spoke again, his voice clear and bright. Brother Chin's talent is outstanding, and I value it greatly. I have specially invited Brother Chun to help me. I can also promise that Brother Chun will not change his surname. If there comes a day when Brother Chun has a higher goal, you can leave at any time. As long as Brother Chun is willing to help me, I will do my best to obtain whatever Brother Chun needs. The ninth prince promised again. As a prince of the imperial family, he wouldn't easily make promises, especially as the supervisor of the Dragon Eye Guard. He had only obtained this position after a fierce competition with the other princes. How could he do it without sufficient ability? Thus, it was clear that the ninth prince was sincerely inviting Qinzong. Qinzong didn't immediately respond, but began to think. The ninth prince didn't seem to want to rush him either. To put it bluntly, the ninth prince's so-called invitation was to work for him. Qinzong wasn't opposed to this. On the contrary, Qinzong's concept was that only by experiencing all sorts of things could one better temper oneself. Of course, everything had its pros and cons. Nothing in this world was truly perfect. There would always be flaws. The important thing was what one needed. Understanding this point would allow one to make the right choice. Moreover, compared to the third prince, the ninth prince's methods were undoubtedly more open and above board. At the very least, Qinzong wouldn't be disgusted by it. As his thoughts turned, Qinzong made his choice. He rose and bowed. Qinzong greets the ninth prince. Qinzong said seriously, Good. The ninth prince laughed from the bottom of his heart. As the supervisor of the Dragon Eye Guard, the ninth prince was able to collect all sorts of information about the Dragon Eyegram region. He paid close attention to the geniuses. Ever since Qinzong became famous in the Pure Grace House, the ninth prince had paid close attention to Qinzong. After some understanding, he had the intention to recruit Qinzong. The ninth prince's style was different from the third prince's. He didn't use any coercive methods. Moreover, if the ninth prince made a promise, he would do his best to fulfill it. He and the third prince were the two most capable of the ninth prince. Their personalities and methods were different, and they were often compared to each other. Brother Chun, let me introduce you. The ninth prince gestured to the middle-aged man in gray robes with a sword on his back. This is the Black Sword Sex Yu Wuya. He is also my sword teacher. Greetings, senior. Thank you for helping me out. Chun Zong bowed. No need to be so polite. Yu Wuya said lightly. My teacher is the #1 master under the transcendent realm in the Imperial City. His sword skills are unparalleled and mysterious, so he's called the Black Sword Sect. The ninth prince smiled. Chun Zong was surprised. There were many pseudo-transcendent realm masters in the Imperial City. To be the #1 master among them was definitely amazing. Those who were invincible in the extreme mortal realm were kings, so those who were invincible in the pseudo-transcendent realm were called sect masters. I heard that Brother Chun has extraordinary talent in sword skills. You can ask my teacher for advice. Perhaps you will gain some benefits. The ninth prince smiled. In the ninth prince's opinion, Chun Zong's talent was indeed amazing, but he still couldn't compare with the Black Sword Sex Yu Wuya. One had to know that not only had Yu Wuya reached the peak of the pseudo-transcendent realm in terms of cultivation, his sword skills were also extremely high, surpassing many extreme mortal realm sword cultivators. Please enlighten me, senior. Chun Zong bowed again to Yu Wuya. Only by humbly asking for advice would one be able to progress further. Good. Yu Wuya nodded. As the ninth prince's follower and sword teacher, Yu Wuya naturally knew many things. Therefore, he was very interested in Chun Zong's talent, especially his talent in sword skills. However, now is not the time to exchange pointers. Brother Chun, do you know why you were expelled from the unhindered sword sect? The ninth prince changed the topic again, but this time it hit Chun Zong's heart, causing Chun Zong's pupils to shrink. Why? This was what Chun Zong wanted to know the most. That day, Brother Chun killed the 1,000-sifting sect's third core disciple, Underworldia, then was attacked by the scorching sun hand. The ninth prince said as if he had seen it with his own eyes, causing Chun Zong's heart to tremble. This dragon eye guard was really terrifying. They could penetrate through any opening. Then, the rogue cultivator Zishan arrived and forced the scorching sun hand to retreat. The scorching sun hand was intercepted by the rogue cultivator Zishan twice and was unable to kill Brother Chun. So he sent a message to the 1,000-sifting sect about Brother Chun killing Underworldia and said that Brother Chun used a despicable method to kill Underworldia, trying to use the 1,000-sifting sect to deal with you. Chun Zong listened carefully and confirmed his previous speculations one by one. His train of thought quickly became clear. When the ninth prince finished talking about the 1,000-sifting sect's third elder going to the unhindered sword sect alone, Chun Zong finally understood. It turned out that the mastermind behind the scenes was the 1,000-sifting sect, or more accurately, it was the 1,000-sifting sect's third elder who directed it. The imperial law has a rule to protect geniuses. Transcendents are not allowed to personally deal with geniuses below the transcendents. Perhaps there are other reasons that led the 1,000-sifting sect's third elder to use this method. The ninth prince said, Ninth prince, how is Senior Yuan Lingzi? Chun Zong quickly asked anxiously. The 1,000-sifting sect's Heavenly Een Coldfinger is an outstanding low-rank spirit-level martial skill. To cultivate it, one needs to comprehend and master the true meaning of Een Coldfinger. To cultivate it, one also needs the corresponding Een Cold Chi. Those who are hit by it will be eroded by the Een Cold Chi and have to endure pain at all times. They will constantly consume their vitality until their vitality is exhausted and they die. The ninth prince said seriously, with Senior Yuan Lingzi's cultivation, it will take him at most 3 years. 3 years. Chun Zong's face suddenly changed. 3 years was actually very short, and within these 3 years, one would have to endure the pain of being eroded by the Een Cold Chi. Chun Zong didn't know how painful it would be, but it definitely wouldn't be pleasant. Ninth Prince, is there a solution? Chun Zong hurriedly asked. He expected that with the ninth prince's status, there should be a solution. There are three methods. The first method is to use a heavenly sun vast essence pill. Not only can it remove the threat of the heavenly cold finger, but it can also replenish the vitality consumed. The ninth prince's answer was quick and decisive, and he immediately revealed a bitter smile. Refining the heavenly sun vast essence pill requires two main spirit herbs. They are very rare, and even I'm not sure if I can get them. In addition, even if I do get the spirit herbs, I don't have a suitable person to refine it. Ever since the Elixir King went out to travel a few years ago, no one in the Longtu region has the confidence to refine the heavenly sun vast essence pill. Chunzong's heart sank. The second method is to ask the thousand sifting sect for the antidote, but as far as I know, the thousand sifting sect's antidote can't completely eradicate it. There will be some sequelae. The ninth prince said, the second method is to temporarily take a pill that replenishes vitality and has positive yang qi to resist the erosion of the heavenly cold finger. May I ask, ninth prince, if we use the second method, how long can we delay it? Chunzong thought and asked. 10 years. The ninth prince paused before answering. If we don't do it, we won't have to worry for 10 years, but it's hard to say after 10 years. 10 years. Chunzong was silent. 10 years. And it was 10 years when he couldn't do anything. How far could he cultivate in 10 years? Chunzong didn't know. It was full of unknowns. The ninth prince's solution was three methods. The first method, the second method, and the second method. The first method was the best, but there were no conditions to implement it now. The second method would leave sequelae, and the third method had a time limit. Chapter 516. In the end, Chunzong accepted the ninth prince's proposal. First, as the ninth prince said, what if the Elixir King returned within 10 years? At that time, with the ninth prince's status, asking the Elixir King to refine a heavenly sun vast vitality pill wouldn't be too much of a problem. Second, if the Elixir King didn't return within 10 years, Chunzong also had 10 years to cultivate. Perhaps he could reach a certain level and solve the problem of Yuan Lingzi's heavenly cold finger. Brother Chun, don't worry. I'll have someone send a year's worth of righteous yang pills and vitality augmenting pills to the Zongjing sword sect. The ninth prince smiled. Righteous yang pills contained a wisp of righteous yang power, which could resist the erosion of energy to a certain extent. Vitality augmenting pills were refined from various life-replenishing medicines, which could replenish the body's life force consumption to a certain extent. Both righteous yang pills and vitality augmenting pills weren't cheap. Ordinary real martial realm cultivators had no hope of obtaining them. One righteous yang pill and one vitality augmenting pill was enough for Yuan Lingzi to use for a month. After 10 years, there would be a total of 240 pills. Ninth Prince, Chunzong is deeply grateful. Chunzong stood up and bowed gratefully. Yuan Lingzi was the only elder of the Zongjing sword sect. He was very good to Chunzong, giving him guidance wholeheartedly. Even though they weren't master and disciple, they were more than master and disciple. Yuan Lingzi was injured and dying. Chunzong was very uncomfortable, but he couldn't do anything. He felt even worse. He accepted the ninth prince's invitation, but he didn't contribute much. The ninth prince took the initiative to help him. This was a great favor. Chunzong had always been clear about gratitude and grudges. It's nothing. Brother Chun, you don't have to worry about it. The ninth prince said with a smile. Paying some external items for a genius with limitless potential to wholeheartedly assist him was undoubtedly worth it. Chunzong didn't keep expressing his gratitude verbally. There was no need for that. Brother Chun, what else do you want to know? The ninth prince asked with a smile. Scorching Sun Hand and Purple Mountain's identity. Chunzong's thoughts changed. Ardent Sun Hand's external identity is that of a loose cultivator, but his actual identity is that of a spy for the true Yang sect. However, very few people know about this. The ninth prince smiled. As for Zishan, he is indeed a loose cultivator, a spy from the true Yang sect. No wonder. Chunzong suddenly understood. then there was a reason why the other party wanted to kill him. However, the True Yang sect was his enemy again and again. Sooner or later, they would return the favor. Ninth Prince, I've only been in the Imperial City for one night, and my bad reputation has been spread everywhere. Is it all because of the Wanluo sect? Chunzong asked a second question. Yes and no. The Ninth Prince said the 10,000 sifting sect is closer to my third brother. He didn't say explicitly, but Chunzong suddenly understood. To be able to spread his bad reputation overnight, other than the 10,000 sifting sect, there was also an external force helping. And that external force was obviously the third prince. It had to be said that the third prince had a good plan. While cooperating with the 10,000 sifting sect to deal with him, he also wanted to recruit him to work for him. A hint of anger rose in his heart, but he quickly suppressed it. Ninth Prince, I don't have any more questions for now, Chunzong said. He had basically understood the cause and effect. The reason the Unhindered Sword sect removed his name was because of the threat of the 10,000 sifting sect's third elder. In order to protect the sect, they had to do this. Chunzong could understand and accept it. Good. Brother Chun, do you need anything? The Ninth Prince asked again. As the supervisor of the Dragon Eye Guard, he naturally paid close attention to Chunzong after noticing him. He collected information from many sources and had a deeper understanding of Chunzong's talent and personality. Therefore, the Ninth Prince valued Chunzong very much and naturally wanted to make Chunzong stronger. The stronger Chunzong was, the more help he would be to the Ninth Prince. I need to quickly improve my cultivation, Chunzong said. His cultivation was currently his biggest shortcoming. Brother Chun, what is your cultivation now? As the Ninth Prince asked, he felt the fluctuation of energy coming from Chunzong. It was the early stage of LV9 genuine martial realm. As a prince of the imperial family, the Ninth Prince was also in his 20s. His cultivation was at the peak of LV9 genuine martial realm. However, from all the information he collected, the Ninth Prince was not confident that he could suppress Chunzong. The Ninth Prince knew that Chunzong had relied on his true strength to kill the underworld ravens, not a so-called sneak attack. Therefore, if Chunzong's cultivation could reach the peak of LV9 genuine martial realm, his battle strength would definitely become even stronger. Brother Chun, don't worry. I will send someone to deliver the true alchemy pill to help you improve your cultivation. The Ninth Prince smiled. The true alchemy pill was the most suitable pill for genuine martial realm cultivators to improve their cultivation in the Longta region. As for the great alchemy pill, it was not only difficult to concoct, but also required more high-end medicinal ingredients. When the Dan King was away, no one else could concoct it. This was because even if they had the corresponding medicinal ingredients and skills, they lacked the pill recipe. Any kind of pill could only be successfully concocted after countless experiments. The slightest mistake would not only cause the concoction to fail, but it could also cause the furnace to explode. If the explosion was light, it would damage the medicinal ingredients in the furnace. If it was heavy, even the alchemist would be injured or killed. Thank you, Ninth Prince, Chunzong said. Brother Chun, do you have any other requests? The Ninth Prince asked again. However, Chunzong shook his head. Was there really nothing else? No, there was more. It was just that Chunzong had just joined the Ninth Prince's camp and had not made any contributions yet. If he repeatedly asked for something, then he would be asking for a yard after taking an inch. Brother Chun, this is one of the properties under my name. Now, I will give it to Brother Chun as a greeting gift. It will also save Brother Chun the trouble of finding a place to stay. The Ninth Prince smiled and pointed at the quaint and elegant courtyard. Thank you, Ninth Prince. Chunzong did not decline. Compared to other things, a courtyard was nothing. However, if Brother Chun wants to ask teacher for advice on sword techniques, then you have to follow teacher's wishes. I cannot make the decision for teacher. The Ninth Prince smiled and said, giving Xianjian Sex Yu Wuyao enough respect. If senior does not object, can you teach me a thing or two now? Chunzong looked at Xianjian Sex Yu Wuyao and bowed. Okay. Yu Wuyao's answer was simple and direct. The ninth prince sat in the pavilion, while Chun Zong and Yu Wuya stood in the courtyard. "Pay attention," Yu Wuya spoke directly. His figure didn't move, yet his gaze suddenly became fierce, and it was like two rays of sword light tore through the sky. Its shocking sharpness caused Chun Zong's expression to change, and his entire body unconsciously felt cold and faintly hurt. At this moment, he seemed to have seen a wisp of an illusory white, sword-light tear through the sky and slashed down. Without any hesitation, the cross-shaped sword light swept through the air, as if it had split the heaven and earth in front of it into four. It also shattered the white sword light that was coming at him. Looking carefully, Xianjian Sex Yuya did not move at all. His sword was still on his back, and his hands were hanging naturally. Chun Zong was shocked. He was sure that Xianjian Sex Yuya did not draw his sword. Just the gaze of his eyes made him feel like he was being slashed by a sword. It was indeed terrifying. "I'm going to draw my sword," Xianjian Sect said the second sentence. The moment his voice sounded, Chun Zong's strength increased to the maximum. His whole body's blood and qi surged, and his muscles tightened. He could explode with the strongest power in an instant. The moment the last word fell, Xianjian Sect pulled out his sword. Chun Zong seemed to be able to clearly see Xianjian Sect's right hand lifting up and grabbing the simple and ancient sword hilt. A melodious sound rang out, accompanied by a cold light that shot into the sky, as if it had split the nine heavens. Then, all the brilliance was retracted and transformed into an ordinary sword strike that slashed down. Chun Zong felt that he could clearly see the trajectory of the sword strike, but he could not dodge it. He could not even think about it. It was as if he had turned into a wooden man. He could only stare blankly at the sword strike. As if it was an illusion, the sword under his gaze disappeared. Chun Zong was in a trance. He saw Xianjian Sex Yuya slowly put his sword back into the scabbard on his back. Then, a strand of hair fell from his forehead. Under his clear gaze, it gently swayed and fell in the air. "Experience it well," Xianjian Sect said. Chun Zong was still in a daze. There was no doubt that Xianjian Sect had made his move, but what puzzled Chun Zong was why he could clearly see the entire process of Xianjian Sect's sword strike. Why could he clearly see the trajectory of the sword strike, but was unable to dodge it? He did not even have the thought of dodging it. Xianjian Sect looked deeply at Chun Zong. The ninth prince walked out of the pavilion and silently walked past Chun Zong. He stood beside Xianjian Sect with a look of envy on his face. "Teacher, Chun Zong's talent in swordsmanship is extraordinary, very high. Very high, rarely seen in my life," Xianjian Sect said concisely. Hearing this, the ninth prince was immediately surprised. Although his swordsmanship teacher, Xianjian Sect, was not a transcendent realm expert, he was very extraordinary. He was even more amazing than many extreme mortal realm experts. His swordsmanship was superb, even surpassing many extreme mortal realm experts. To be able to get Xianjian Sect to give an evaluation that he had never seen before in his life, the ninth prince could not help but be surprised. This was enough to show that Chun Zong's talent in swordsmanship was astonishing. "Above me," Xianjian Sect added at the end. The ninth prince was shocked again, his eyes blazing. As if he was possessed, Chun Zong fell into deep thought. His eyes flickered, and he did not hear Xianjian Sect's words at all. He also ignored Xianjian Sect and the ninth prince, these two living people. Time slowly passed. The bewitched Chun Zong was still stuck in Xianjian Sect's sword. He tried his best to comprehend its mysteries, but found it very difficult. It was as if he could clearly see the scorching sun on the side of the mountain, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not catch up. It was so far away. Half an hour, 2 hours, 3.5 hours, 4 hours. The ninth prince and Xianjian Sect stood without saying a word, waiting for Chun Zong to wake up. 3 hours. Chun Zong's expression changed. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura changed, and he woke up. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Chun Zong's face showed a wry smile. "Brother Chun, did you gain anything?" the ninth prince quickly asked. "Nothing," Zong once again replied with a wry smile. Although he tried his best to comprehend, he really did not comprehend anything. Take your time, don't worry, the ninth prince said. This was very normal. It meant that Zong's swordsmanship was very different from Xinjian's sex. Chapter 517. Every prince had many properties under their name, including houses, restaurants, and many others. The Serene house was one of the properties gifted to Zong by the ninth prince and was famous for its natural simplicity and elegance. In the imperial city where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, the Serene house wasn't very big, but it was quaint and unique. The decoration inside seemed simple, but it had been carefully arranged by a transcendent realm grandmaster, giving it an invisible aura that was beneficial to the human body. If an ordinary person lived here, they would be able to strengthen their body and prolong their life. Even if a true martial realm or pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator lived here, they would be able to cultivate in peace. Today was the third day since Zong joined the ninth prince's service. In a simple pavilion, Zong was sitting with his eyes closed, his mind constantly replaying the sword strike from the Black Sword sect. It was a simple, direct, and clear sword strike, but it gave Zong a feeling that the Tao was simple. I wonder how high the Black Sword sect's Wu Ya's sword skills are. Although he had not clearly comprehended anything, Zong felt that his sword skills seemed to have loosened, and he could vaguely see a higher level. As for his cultivation, thanks to the true refined pill sent by the ninth prince, he had reached the mid-stage of the true martial realm, and his combat strength had also become stronger. The sun was setting, and the afterglow of the sunset was illuminated. Zong finished his cultivation, put on a new sword robe, and walked out of the Serene house with his star twin swords. Now that his combat strength had reached the 5-star level, and as his cultivation grew stronger, his second-order pseudo-spirit artifact was gradually unable to keep up, giving Zong a feeling that he could not enjoy himself to the fullest. Tonight, the ninth prince would host a banquet in the royal garden to welcome Zong and introduce him to the other members of the ninth prince's faction. Since Zong was indebted to the ninth prince, he would have to serve the ninth prince for a period of time. Zong did not refuse and accepted. The Emperor Garden was a palace built by the imperial family to receive guests or various gatherings. It covered a large area, with flowers and trees providing shade, rockery, and flowing water. The scenery was picturesque, and the atmosphere was fresh. The Emperor Garden was a general name, and there were a total of 10 small palaces, each with a different name. The banquet held by the ninth prince for Zong was held in the Nine Emperors' Palace. Outside the Nine Emperors' Palace was brightly lit and bustling. Zong took large strides into the Nine Emperors' Palace. Instantly, numerous gazes swept over to him. "Brother Chun, you're here." Clear laughter rang out as the ninth prince strode over. He was very enthusiastic. Everyone was surprised. As people who followed or were close to the ninth prince's faction, they naturally knew the ninth prince's habits, but they felt that the ninth prince seemed to be more enthusiastic towards this person. Those who knew Zong better began to think. Their gazes landed on Zong's face as if they wanted to see through him. Zong greets the ninth prince. Zong bowed solemnly. Although the ninth prince was amiable and approachable, and he never put on the airs of a prince when interacting with him, talking normally was one thing. Now, in front of so many people, Zong had to show enough respect. "Brother Chun, you don't have to be so courteous." The ninth prince's face was full of smiles. He was very happy in his heart. He had been a little worried that Zong would behave like he usually did in this kind of situation. He didn't expect Zong to be so reasonable. It was so convenient to interact with smart people. "Brother Chun, let me introduce you." The ninth prince led Zong into the Nine Emperors' Palace and started to introduce everyone. Those who came to the Nine Emperors' Palace to attend the welcoming banquet were either from the ninth prince's faction or had the intention to get close to the ninth prince. However, most of them were relatively ordinary. Of course, ordinary was only relative. To many people outside the imperial city, they were unreachable. After a round of introductions, there were only a few people who were of high status. Long Pajuan, the son of the imperial dynasty's great General Long Wei, was a tall and burly young man who looked extremely fierce. When he greeted Chunzong, he acted as if he was very familiar with him and directly put his arm around Chunzong's shoulder. He even asked Chunzong to go to some fun place after the banquet. Just thinking about it made it obvious what kind of fun place it would be. Long Pajuan, if you want to play, go play by yourself, the ninth prince scolded. Long Pajuan was also a direct descendant of the imperial family. However, in terms of seniority, he was one generation lower than the ninth prince. His father, Great General Long Wei, was the ninth prince's peer. Moreover, the ninth prince was a prince, while Long Pajuan was the son of a general. There was a huge difference in status. However, Long Pajuan and the ninth prince were very close. They had been playmates since they were young, so sometimes Long Pajuan didn't speak so politely. However, due to seniority and status, Long Pajuan didn't dare to be too presumptuous in front of the ninth prince. The second was the son of the minister of the left. His name was Long Zhonghong. He wasn't very tall and wasn't very strong. He was a bit thin and small, but he had a cold personality. He only nodded at Chunzong as a greeting. The third was the genius alchemist Chu Zihao. It was said that he was the Elixir King's disciple. The Xinyang elixir and the vitality-augmenting elixir that Chunzong had taken to the unhindered sword sect had all been made by him. Chu Zihao looked to be in his 30s. His cultivation wasn't low, either. He was at the peak of the 9th level of the true martial realm. As for his battle prowess, no one knew. He had his hands behind his back and a serious expression on his face. He was cultured and refined. Coupled with his handsome appearance and noble status, he was definitely the ideal man for countless girls in the imperial city. What he said next completely changed Chunzong's impression of Chu Zihao. Let's go and have some fun later. This was Chu Zihao's sound transmission. When he said this, his face was serious, and he didn't even look sideways. However, Chunzong could hear a hint of wretchedness in his tone. What coquettish guy. What interesting guy. As for the others, their status might be good as well, but they couldn't be compared to the other three. There's one more person who hasn't come. The second core disciple of the Jinghong sword sect, Lai Yunxiao. The ninth prince smiled. The second core disciple of the Jinghong sword sect. Chunzong was slightly surprised. The Jinghong sword sect was a middle-ranked sect. Their overall strength was a bit higher than the Wanluo sect. The third core disciple of the Wanluo sect was Underworld Raven, who had the battle prowess of an early 5-star warrior. Therefore, the second and first core disciples would naturally be stronger. Their battle prowess might even reach the mid-5-star level. In other words, the second core disciple of the Jinghong sword sect was probably at the mid-5-star level. Chunzong was looking forward to it. I heard that you sullied a senior sister in the sect. Is that true? A crisp and pleasant voice suddenly sounded. It was like the sound of a bell in the wind. However, the words that came out of her mouth stunned everyone. Everyone's gaze also fell on the owner of the voice. She had a baby face, skin that was fair like white jade, and her large eyes that seemed to be able to speak contained a wisp of craftiness. She blinked as she stared at Chunzong, and she was filled with innocence and curiosity like a naive child. Greetings, 10th princess. One by one, they quickly bowed. Sister, those rumors are false. The ninth prince touched his forehead and explained with a bitter smile. The ninth prince didn't inform the 10th princess about the banquet that was held for Chunzong. As the only daughter of the current emperor, she was also the only princess of the Longtu Empire. She was the apple of the emperor's eye. He couldn't wait to spoil her. Who would dare to offend her? Although the 9 princes also schemed against each other, they all took good care of the 10th princess. This was because the throne of the emperor would only be born among the 9 princes. The 10th princess was no threat to them. Since that was the case, and they were blood-related, it was natural for them to treat her well. However, the 9 princes and many others also had a headache because their 10th princess looked as pure and innocent as a child. Anyone who believed her would be an idiot. Her pure and innocent appearance was just a cover. She was very black-bellied. If they offended her, the consequences would be terrible. The ninth prince, who had suffered greatly, knew very well. At the same time, because she was pampered and unrestrained, she didn't have any scruples when speaking. No one would criticize her for speaking wrongly. Therefore, every time she spoke, the 10th princess would not consider the feelings of others. If it was someone else who wasn't so broad-minded, even if they didn't fly into a rage on the spot, they would feel unhappy or even hold a grudge against the 10th princess. However, Chunzong just smiled and took in the reactions of the people around him. He also took in the ninth prince's eyes. Justice is in everyone's heart. Chunzong responded neither too quickly nor too slowly. Then did you defile your senior sister? The 10th princess tilted her head and asked innocently while blinking her big eyes. Chunzong didn't want to talk to such a person because Chunzong could keenly see a hint of hidden cunning in her eyes, which showed that she said this on purpose. Chunzong was not narrow-minded, but he didn't like others to talk to him like this again and again. If it were another occasion, he would directly pull out his sword and kill her. Unfortunately, the 10th princess's identity was not trivial here. In addition, the 9th prince's eyes indicated that Chunzong knew that he couldn't offend her. However, it was impossible for Chunzong to deliberately cater to her. 10th princess is joking. Chunzong still responded neither too quickly nor too slowly. Enough, sister. Go play with Pajuan, the 9th prince hurriedly said. Long Pajuan's body trembled, and his face was full of bitterness. The 9th prince had a rough understanding of Chunzong's personality from the information he had gathered in personal contact with him. He also knew the habits of those who practiced the sword. The 10th princess's words were enough to anger anyone, but Chunzong, not being angry in the slightest, was already giving her a lot of face. Based on the 10th princess's personality, she would definitely continue to ask questions and wouldn't stop until she got a direct answer. The consequences were very likely to anger Chunzong. Even if he didn't express it directly, it could still affect their relationship in the future. There was no doubt that the 9th prince valued Chunzong very much. After being scolded by the 9th prince, the 10th princess appeared to be very reluctant. She looked back at Chunzong with every step she took, as if Chunzong had abandoned her. Long Pajuan's tall and strong body curled up into a ball as he watched the 10th princess approach. He looked like an injured quail, shivering in the cold wind. Chapter 518. The 9th prince walked over to Chunzong and said in a low voice, Brother Chun, my sister has been doted on since she was a child. She doesn't have any scruples when speaking or doing things. If she offends you in any way, please don't take offense. The 10th princess is so innocent that it's hard to get angry at her, Chunzong said with a smile. Even though he knew that Chunzong's words weren't true, the 9th prince didn't pursue the matter. After all, if the 10th princess wasn't related to him by blood, he wouldn't like her personality either. Sometimes she didn't hold back and easily offended others. If it weren't for her status, she would have already caused a lot of trouble. The news about Chunzong had spread like wildfire that night. Many people knew about it and believed it at first, but when they saw Chunzong here today, they immediately realized that it was just a rumor. Someone was deliberately trying to tarnish Chunzong's reputation. When they thought about the Dragonclaw Guard's appearance not long ago, they all understood. However, because of the 10th princess's arrival, the entire atmosphere of the banquet was greatly affected. This was something that couldn't be helped. They couldn't let loose and even had to pay attention to their conversations. Otherwise, if they were targeted by the 10th princess, it would be a huge headache. The 9th prince was also helpless about this. Little pig, do you have any more delicious jelly beans? Chu Zihao couldn't hide from the 10th princess, no matter how hard he tried. Of course, it was also because of Long Pajuan's betrayal. Chu Zihao bitterly took out some pills from his mustard seed bag and gave them to the 10th princess. These pills weren't very nutritious, but they were still beneficial to the human body. They also tasted very good. Just as it seemed that the banquet would be difficult to continue, a few uninvited guests barged in. Old Ninth, I heard that you recruited an amazing genius and held this welcome banquet. Why didn't you tell third brother about it? Let third brother come over and check for you, lest you recruit some despicable person and damage the reputation of the imperial family. One of the uninvited guests had one hand behind his back and the other fiddling with a dark red bead. He had a half-smile on his face. Greetings, third prince. Everyone at the banquet bowed. Although they belonged to or were close to the ninth prince's faction, under normal circumstances, when they met other princes, they had to bow to show their respect. This respect was not directed at the other princes, but at the imperial family. To a certain extent, the princes could represent the face of the royal family. The third prince's gaze swept across the crowd. He did not pay attention to the crowd. Instead, his gaze fell directly on Chunzong's face. A meaningful smile flashed across his eyes. Chunzong did not hesitate to meet the third prince's gaze. The third prince's appearance could be described as cultured and refined, but also somewhat feminine. When the third prince's eyes stared at Chunzong, Chunzong suddenly felt a chill, as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. Chunzong greets the third prince. Chunzong also bowed. Even though Chunzong knew that the third prince was going to attack him, he could not pull out his sword and kill him out of anger. Therefore, he could only bury his anger and killing intent deep in his heart and act according to the rules. He would not leave any evidence that could be used against him. Greetings, ninth prince. The people who came with the third prince bowed. Third brother, thank you for your concern, but I have always had a good eye. The ninth prince smiled and said, on this point, I think third brother should learn from me. The third prince's expression did not change, but a trace of gloominess flashed across his eyes. In his early years, the third prince had once made a mistake and recruited the wrong person. He had suffered some losses, and most importantly, he had lost face. The third prince chuckled and did not answer the ninth prince's words. His gaze moved back to Chunzong's face. Chunzong, you have become famous in the imperial city overnight. Many people can only look up to you in the dust. The third prince said meaningfully, thank you. Chunzong cupped his hands and said, these two words, however, were a counterattack. The third prince's heart trembled slightly. His thoughts turned quickly. Perhaps this meant that Chunzong already knew who was going to attack him. But so what if he knew? He was just a small warrior. Chunzong, I have heard that you have openly despised the Long family. There were two people who came with the third prince. One of them was Ding Xian, Long Pozong. He stepped out and scolded sternly. His words immediately made everyone's expression change. Despising the Long family was a serious crime. Who would dare to do so? Even if someone dared to despise the Long family, they would not dare to show it openly. They would not dare to let others know. As for openly despising the Long family, that was asking for death. The Long family has established such a great dynasty. It is a great family. I only admire it. How can I despise it? Chunzong's expression did not change. He did not panic either. He was as calm as ever. His words were short but powerful. You, on the other hand, say that I despise the Long family. You have ulterior motives, don't you? Long Pujuan's expression suddenly changed. He had not expected Chunzong to counter him like this. Chunzong, what despicable method did you use to kill my junior brother, Underworld Raven? The other person who came with the third prince took a step forward. He was wearing a long black robe that covered his entire body. His face seemed to be bathed in darkness, bringing with it a gloomy pressure. Tell me your name, Chunzong said coldly. The person who called Underworld Raven a junior brother was most likely a disciple of the Wanluo sect. He was probably the first or second core disciple. My name is Su Xing. The young man in the black robe raised his head slightly, revealing his pale face under the shadow of the black robe. His eyes were dark and deep, making people's hearts palpitate. As soon as the name came out, many people's expressions changed. Chunzong was also slightly surprised. Su Xing, that was a well-known name. When Chunzong was in Tianjiang Prefecture, he had not heard of this name. However, after leaving Tianjiang Prefecture and meeting Underworld Raven, Chunzong had deliberately tried to find out more about the geniuses of the Wanluo sect. Su Xing was one of them. The Wanluo sect had 3 core disciples with 5-star combat abilities. One of them was Underworld Raven, who was ranked 3rd. The second was Su Xing, known as He Luotian, who was the 2nd core disciple of the Wanluo sect. The first core disciple was Yin Wuqing, the Little Yama. Underworld Raven's combat ability was at the beginning stage of the 5-star level. He Luotian could only be stronger than Underworld Raven. When Su Xing announced his name, a tense atmosphere spread out. It was so cold that people felt as if they had drawn their swords. Su Xing's energy spread out like an invisible dark sky curtain, as if it would cover everything and form an independent world. Chunzong's energy also spread out. It was invisible but extremely sharp, tearing everything apart. Third brother, I'm the host of this banquet. I don't think it's appropriate to do this. The 9th prince ignored Su Xing. Instead, he spoke to the 3rd prince in a cold and impolite tone. Third brother, I'm just concerned about you. The 3rd prince smiled and glanced at Su Xing instantly. The energy that was like an invisible and gloomy sky curtain disappeared. Third brother, don't mess up 9th brother's banquet, said the 10th princess. 10th sister, 9th brother and I are blood brothers. How could I? The corners of the 3rd prince's mouth twitched. He smiled and then gazed deeply at Chunzong, as if he wanted to see through everything about Chunzong. He put one hand behind his back and played with the dark red ball in the other. Then he turned around and walked out of the door leisurely. Ding Xian glared at Chunzong, turned around, and strode after the 3rd prince. Su Xing's deep and dark eyes also lingered on Chunzong for a moment. Then he also left. As the 3rd prince and other uninvited guests left, the atmosphere of the banquet gradually returned to normal. However, because the 10th princess was still here, the banquet couldn't be completely livelier. 9th brother, I need a guard. Why don't you give Chunzong to me? When the banquet was about to end, the 10th princess went to the 9th prince and asked him directly without any hesitation. Hearing this, Chunzong's expression didn't change, but he became vigilant in his heart. Chunzong wouldn't want to get close to a person like the 10th princess. It would be best if he didn't have any contact with her. The corners of the 9th prince's eyes twitched. Royal sister, Brother Chun is my friend. I have no right to decide who he belongs to, the 9th prince said seriously. 9th brother. The 10th princess was about to act coquettishly. Stop, royal sister. Don't mention this again. The 9th prince hurriedly stopped her. 9th brother, you don't love me anymore. The 10th princess stomped her foot angrily, glared at the 9th prince, and left in a huff. At the end, she specially glanced at Chunzong, which made Chunzong's heart skip a beat. When the banquet ended, everyone bid farewell and left. Brother Chun, do you want to go and have some fun? Long Pijuan, who had been cowering a moment ago, strode over and rubbed his shoulder against Chunzong's shoulder, winking as he said this. Take me with you, Long Zhonghong suddenly said with a cold expression. Chu Zihao also walked over and said seriously, Recently, I've been developing a new kind of elixir. I need inspiration. Brother Chun, it's important to relax a bit, the 9th prince said with a mocking smile. No need. Chunzong shook his head. 9th prince, everyone, farewell. Chunzong wasn't interested in going to that romantic place. Compared to that, it was better to go back and meditate on the mysteries of sword techniques. Chunzong was about to leave, and no one stopped him. They all said their goodbyes and left. Another cultivation maniac, Long Zhonghong suddenly said. Only this kind of person can go far, Chu Zihao said with a deep gaze. Are you guys coming or not? If not, I'll leave first. Long Pijuan withdrew his gaze and chuckled. He didn't wait for anyone else to leave. Let's go. Long Zhonghong's words were decisive. My new elixir needs inspiration, Chu Zihao said as he quickly walked away. The 9th prince shook his head. These 3 people had different personalities. Sometimes he felt that they were unreliable, but they were good helpers. He withdrew his gaze and returned to the 9 Emperor's palace. Sometimes he would just stay there. After leaving Emperor Linwang Park, Chunzong walked in the direction of the Serene residence. The imperial city was brightly lit at night. True martial realm cultivators were able to see in the dark, and for cultivators like Chunzong, night was no different from day. The serene residence wasn't far from Emperor Linwang Park. It didn't take long for Chunzong to enter the serene residence. "Young master, you've returned." The old servant and housekeeper hurriedly bowed in greeting. Chapter 519. Reeks, third prince. Are we just going to let Shinzong do whatever he wants? Ding Xian said angrily. Are you telling me what to do? The third prince asked in a neutral tone. I wouldn't dare. Ding Xian's body trembled imperceptibly and his face turned pale. He was afraid of being punished. Although he had benefited a lot from following the third prince's temper wasn't that good. He was temperamental and didn't show his emotions. Su Xing of the Black Sky didn't say a word, but a cold aura gathered around him, making it difficult for people to approach him. Su Xing, how confident are you? The third prince asked. 100%. Su Xing's answer was decisive. He calculated based on the strength of Chunzong and the underworld raven. Don't worry, the opportunity will come soon. The third prince smiled slightly. He had never been interested in playing a game of cat and mouse. When dealing with an enemy, he either didn't move, or he would kill them if he moved. Now that Chunzong had joined the ninth prince's side, the ninth prince's overall strength wasn't inferior to his. He was also the supervisor of the Dragon Eye Guard. In terms of strength, the Dragon Teeth Guard was the strongest, followed by the Dragon Claw Guard and the Dragon Eye Guard. But in terms of gathering and monitoring information, the Dragon Eye Guard was the best. The Dragon Teeth Guard and the Dragon Claw Guard were far inferior. Every movement in the Imperial City was under the Dragon Eye Guard's control, especially now that Chunzong was on the ninth prince's side, and the ninth prince was the supervisor of the Dragon Eye Guard. Naturally, he would pay more attention to Chunzong's safety. It would be difficult to touch Chunzong in the Imperial City in secret. As for the surface, they couldn't kill him. At most, they could teach him a lesson, but it wouldn't help. But it didn't matter. The opportunity would come soon. In the serene residence, Chunzong stood quietly with a sword in his hand. He looked forward and his eyes seemed to wander, spreading around. His mind was wandering, mysterious. The Xianjin Sex Yuiya's sword-like gaze, as well as the clearly visible sword slash, clearly replayed in Chunzong's mind over and over again. The floating specks of dust in the air were clear. Combining them, a kind of inspiration was about to burst out, but it seemed to be blocked by something. Only by breaking that layer of shackles could he see the truth. Following the mysterious throbbing, Chunzong raised his sword and swung it forward. The sword light was casual and natural, like a fish breaking out of the water or a bird flying out of the forest and soaring into the sky. She was quick-witted, lively, natural, and unrestrained. Yu won. A feeling of breaking through his shackles arose spontaneously, but he still couldn't truly break through it. He was still missing something. There was a short and rhythmic knocking sound outside the door. Chunzong waved his hand and opened the door. Outside the door stood a young man in a white robe with a sword on his back. His long hair hung down, his eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were sharp. The young man in a white robe with a sword on his back stepped into the serene residence. He didn't say a word, but he was like an unsheathed sword. Wherever his feet passed, straight marks were left on the ground, as if an invisible sword had slashed across. An astonishing sharpness suddenly shot out from the young man in a white robe, as if a sword had broken through the clouds. It was tyrannical, sharp, and indestructible, causing Chunzong's expression to change slightly. Step by step, the sharpness that soared into the sky became increasingly shocking. Immediately, the white-robed young man pulled out his sword with a flip of his hand. A sword that seemed like it was made by nature was thrust out. It carried a slashing power, causing the sword that was thrust out to become even more powerful. Even if there was a large mountain in front of him, it would be penetrated. This sword made Chunzong feel an enormous pressure, an extremely terrifying pressure. Before the sword arrived, he already felt as if he had been pierced through. The sword light was extremely fast, and there was no way to dodge it. Inexplicably, Chenzong seemed to have entered into a mysterious state. The movement of the dust particles was clearly presented in his perception, and the trajectory and angle of the sword were all within his grasp. Without dodging, Chenzong swung his sword. It seemed slow and light, but it was completely natural and contained a sense of dominance. It seemed like a coincidence, but it also seemed like the tacit cooperation of the two who had practiced thousands of times. Chenzong's sword accurately hit the tip of the young man in a white-robed sword. It was like hitting the weak spot of a snake, directly causing the power of the sword to dissipate. The sword bounced back, and a melodious sound rang out. The body of the sword reflected the sunlight, emitting a dazzling brilliance that rippled out like water. Lai Yinshao. Only then did the young man in a white robe speak. His voice was sharp and metallic. Chenzong. Chenzong also responded, and his gaze swept across the young man. Lai Yinshao was the second core disciple of the Fleeting Sword sect. His title was Soaring Sword, and he was part of the Ninth Prince's faction. Now, Chenzong was in the same faction as him. Lai Yinshao had joined the Ninth Prince's faction earlier than Chenzong, but he had returned to the Fleeting Sword sect for some matters. He had only just returned to the Imperial City when he heard about Chenzong. Lai Yinshao already knew about Chenzong, and he also knew that he had rejected ancestor Tian Hong's invitation to take him in as a disciple twice. This made Lai Yinshao very angry, because Lai Yinshao really wanted to take ancestor Tian Hong as his master. Unfortunately, ancestor Tian Hong had no intention of taking him in as a disciple. Because of this, the first thing Lai Yinshao did when he returned to the Imperial City was to find Chenzong. He wanted to see how Chenzong was able to make ancestor Tian Hong personally accept him as a disciple, and how Chenzong had rejected him twice in a row. Lai Yinshao attacked with his sword, but it was blocked by Chenzong. This was enough to prove that Chenzong's attainments in swordsmanship were shocking. You too. Both of you are geniuses in swordsmanship. You should interact more. A voice with a smile sounded out as the Ninth Prince walked in from outside, followed by Black Sword Sect's Yuwuya. Yuwuya was the Ninth Prince's swordsmanship teacher, and also the Ninth Prince's personal bodyguard. Unless it was a special situation, he would follow the Ninth Prince to protect his safety. With Yuwuya's strength, unless it was a transcendent realm master, no one in the Longta dynasty could threaten him. When the Ninth Prince arrived, Lai Yinshao knew that this test had come to an end. He smoothly sheathed his sword, and the sharp aura around him also disappeared. Greetings, Ninth Prince. Chenzong and Lai Yinshao bowed at the same time. Both of you may dispense with the formalities. The Ninth Prince smiled, then looked at Lai Yinshao. Brother Lai, did you gain anything from your return to the Startling Sword sect? I gained something from comprehending the Startling Sword Wall. Lai Yinshao smiled and replied, Startling Sword Wall. Chenzong's eyes flashed with a trace of light. The Startling Sword Wall is indeed a rare treasure. The Ninth Prince smiled and said, I once comprehended it, and it allowed my swordsmanship to improve significantly. Brother Chun, I heard that you want to comprehend the Startling Sword Wall. The Ninth Prince asked. With the strength of the Dragon Eye Guard, of course he would know, not to mention that it wasn't a secret. Chenzong nodded his head. Make your preparations. We'll set off in 3 days. The Ninth Prince smiled, but this made Chenzong startled. If he didn't misunderstand, the Ninth Prince's meaning was for him to make his preparations and head to the Startling Sword sect in 3 days. His goal was naturally to comprehend the Startling Sword Wall. Many thanks, Ninth Prince. Chenzong didn't know how to express his gratitude. With your talent, I trust that you'll gain a great deal. The Ninth Prince smiled. Lai Yinshao stood to the side, not saying anything. Very quickly, the Ninth Prince, Yuwuya, and Lai Yinshao left. Chenzong took a deep breath, calming his excited heart. However, Chenzong still had great expectations for the Startling Sword Wall, the Startling Sword sect's supreme treasure. He didn't know how much he would gain from comprehending it. Yu 3. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Chenzong also left the Imperial City, heading to the startling sword sect. However, it wasn't Chun Zong who went alone. The mystic sword sect's Yu Wuya was accompanying him. Ninth Prince really thinks highly of this Chun Zong. The third prince was a little surprised. Originally, when he learned that Chun Zong was going to the startling sword sect, he planned to arrange for people to kill Chun Zong on the way to eliminate some trouble. He didn't expect that the mystic sword sect's Yu Wuya would accompany him. The mystic sword sect's Yu Wuya was known as the #1 master under the transcendent realm in the Imperial City. It could even be said that the mystic sword sect's Yu Wuya was the #1 master under the transcendent realm in the Dragon Diagram region. Unless they sent a transcendent realm master, it would be very difficult to kill Chun Zong under the protection of the mystic sword sect's Yu Wuya. However, as a prince, even though his status was much higher, he couldn't do whatever he wanted. There were still some laws that he had to abide by. The Transcendent Realm Masters were the foundation of the dynasty. They couldn't be used as they wished, especially in the competition between the princes. This was a kind of restriction. If they wanted to kill Chun Zong, they would have to send a large group of pseudo-Transcendent Realm cultivators. Most of them would have to delay Yu Wuya, then send a pseudo-Transcendent Realm Master to kill Chun Zong. Making a big fuss was too obvious, and the consequences were unpredictable. This was not in line with the third prince's style. However, was there really no other way? A huge black-gold dragon hawk spread its metallic wings and soared several thousand meters into the sky. Its long and narrow wings were sharp like blades, cutting through the sky, leaving 2 straight lines. This was a black-gold dragon hawk, a Class 9 mid-rank monster beast. It was equivalent to a cultivator in the 4th to 6th layer of the mortal realm. Its claws and beak were extremely hard and sharp. Its wings were like blades that could easily cut through many hard objects. It was very terrifying. Its long and narrow body and powerful wings gave it an even faster flying speed. The black gold dragon hawk was basically a prince's equipment. Only the third prince and the ninth prince had Class 9 mid-rank black gold dragon hawks. Riding the black gold dragon hawk and being escorted by the mystic sword sect's Yu Wuya, it was enough to show how important Chun Zong was to the ninth prince. The mystic sword sect's Yu Wuya was a man of few words. He sat cross-legged on the black gold dragon hawk's broad back and closed his eyes to rest. Although Chun Zong really wanted to ask the other party for guidance on sword techniques, but looking at the Xinjian sect, he could only endure and not disturb him. He himself also sat cross-legged, eliminating all distracting thoughts and comprehending the mysteries of the sword technique. From the Imperial City to the Pure Grace House, there was no astral wind in the sky, so they would not encounter any red thunder. Otherwise, the two of them would not be able to withstand it. The black gold dragon hawk's flying speed was extremely fast. It did not take long for them to fly out of the Imperial City. The Pure Grace House was adjacent to the Imperial City. Soon, Chun Zong and Yu Wuya entered the Pure Grace House on the black gold dragon hawk's back. Without slowing down, they flew towards the Pure Grace House. Chapter 520. Genius 1. Second, remember, love, divided by little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The one who received Yu Wuya and Chun Zong was an extreme mortal realm elder. Love, go little say, net chu, please come in. The extreme mortal realm elder smiled. His attitude was quite good, but Chun Zong knew that he was only being polite to Yu Wuya. Chun Zong had a feeling that this extreme mortal realm elder knew Yu Wuya very well. Under normal circumstances, the transcendent realm and those below it were 2 different levels, like 2 different worlds. Transcendents would often treat those below the transcendent realm as ants. Unless there was a huge gap in status, it would be difficult to treat them as equals. But this extreme mortal realm elder of the Fleeting Sword sect treated Yu Wuya differently, as if he was treating an extreme mortal realm elder like him. Along the way, Chun Zong was stared at by many sharp eyes. Following the extreme mortal realm elder, they finally stopped in front of a narrow mountain path. The Fleeting Sword wall is up there. If you want to comprehend it, you have to prove your qualifications with your sword. The extreme mortal realm elder didn't even look at Chunzong. He just looked up the narrow path with his hands behind his back and said unhurriedly, "The fleeting sword sect had its own rules. Even if the ninth prince asked for it, he couldn't avoid those rules. If he failed, he wouldn't be qualified to comprehend the fleeting sword wall." Chunzong looked up the narrow path. He could only see a narrow and winding path. Further up, there was a vast expanse of white fog. He didn't know where it led. "There is one thing you must be clear about. Going up this path will be dangerous, and you may lose your life. Whether you want to go up or not is up to you." Finally, the extreme mortal realm elder added, "Yes." Chunzong didn't hesitate. Comprehending the fleeting sword wall was one of his wishes. He had to do it. Not to mention, he was already here. There was no reason to back down. Yu Wuya, the Black Sword sect, did not say a word. This was Chunzong's matter, and he would not interfere. The choice was entirely up to Chunzong. If Chunzong died here, it would only mean that he was too weak, and the ninth prince's efforts would be in vain. With a calm expression, Chunzong stepped onto the long, narrow, and winding road. A completely different feeling arose spontaneously. His feet seemed to be attracted to the long, narrow road, and the white fog in front of him seemed to recede quickly, allowing Chunzong to see further. This was a long and narrow path that curved like a long snake, and it was extremely irregular. The wide path was as thick as a person's waist, and the narrow path was only as thick as a finger. The left and right sides were like bottomless abysses, dark and deep. A strange wind faintly blew past, making a woo-woo sound, as if a terrifying, ferocious beast was hiding within. For an ordinary person, this was a dead end, and they would definitely die. But for a true martial realm martial artist, it was not difficult if there were no other accidents. The pure and unrestrained true chi circulated and filled his feet. When Chunzong was about to use his body technique to leap, the suction force under his feet suddenly increased, causing Chunzong's body technique to be interrupted. He had no choice but to increase the output of his true chi in order to leap up. Moreover, he could only leap up a few meters and lightly flew forward for more than 10 meters. Compared to the outside world, where he could travel thousands of meters in a breath, the difference was like heaven and earth. Focusing on maintaining his own strength, Chunzong flew forward. When his body landed, the tip of his feet lightly touched the narrow road, and in an instant, an astonishing power burst out. The power that was enough to shatter steel into pieces was unable to shake the road at all, not even leaving a trace. The long and narrow road continued to twist and extend upwards. About halfway, Chunzong's body once again leaped up. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. When he was a few meters in the air, a fierce wind suddenly blew. The wind was so sudden that it appeared without any warning. It completely violated the laws of nature and caught Chunzong off guard. Moreover, it was so violent that it could move a hill. The violent wind directly hit Chunzong, but Chunzong happened to be in the air and had no place to borrow strength. Unsurprisingly, under the bombardment of the violent wind, Chunzong deviated from the long and narrow road, and then fell into the endless abyss. Chunzong did not know what was below, but he could feel a trace of danger. In the face of danger, Chunzong did not panic. His feet repeatedly stepped on the air, and layers of ripples spread out. Chunzong borrowed strength to step on the long and narrow road, but the wind was still blowing violently, as if it would not stop until it blew Chunzong into the abyss, which brought great difficulty to Chunzong. Chunzong used his fingers like a sword to cut forward. Between the surging great true force, his sword finger was sharp and unparalleled, and it was indestructible, cutting a strand of the violent wind. His body was extremely flexible. Following the gap that was cut open, Chunzong took a step forward and flew down like an arrow from a bow. The moment his feet touched the road again, the violent wind disappeared without any warning. Standing still, Chunzong was not in a hurry to continue forward. The fight with the violent wind just now seemed simple, but it consumed a lot of Chunzong's true force. He was not sure if he would encounter other dangers later, so Chenzong had to restore his cultivation first. After his cultivation was fully restored, Chenzong continued forward. However, due to the sudden attack of the violent wind, Chenzong was even more vigilant and constantly paid attention to everything around him. Not long after, another violent wind blew. Even though Chenzong was extremely vigilant, he did not feel the slightest sign. However, with the experience of the previous fight, Chenzong's reaction was even faster this time. His sword finger cut through the violent wind in all directions, and he was not blown off the road. After being attacked by the violent wind 3 times in a row, Chenzong passed through it safely. Finally, he reached the end of the narrow road, but the end was still not where the fleeting sword wall was. Chenzong stopped in his tracks. In front of him was darkness, like a deep and boundless void. No matter how hard Chenzong looked, he could not see the end. This was the method of an earthly spirit realm master. Even an extreme mortal realm master would find it difficult to see anything, let alone someone below the extreme mortal realm. In the dark void, there were irregular circular platforms floating, like lotus leaves on the surface of a lake. The distance between each platform was different, and some were close, and some were far, and some were close. They were distributed all the way forward. After observing for a moment, Chenzong leaped up and landed on the platform closest to him. The platform seemed to be very light as it swayed, like a lotus leaf in the water. There were even ripples on the edge of the platform that were like water ripples spreading out, full of vitality. Chenzong's feet stepped on the platform, and his body swayed with the platform. After the platform stopped swaying, he jumped up again and went to the second platform. Over and over again, Chenzong kept moving forward. There were no other people or things around him. It was silent and dark. It was okay for a short period of time, but for a long time, it would affect his mind and make him irritable. Chenzong's mind was very strong, and he was not affected at all. Once again, he leaped off a platform and leaped towards another platform that was dozens of meters away. Halfway there, he leaped again. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Without the slightest warning, an incomparably sharp sword light condensed from below, and then pierced through the air and shot towards Chenzong. The sword was as fast as lightning, and its momentum was as powerful as thunder. It carried a terrible power, and its power was no less than the full power attack of an early 4-star warrior. The full power attack of an early 4-star warrior was nothing to Chenzong, but it appeared without any warning, which was a big problem. Fortunately, Chenzong was very vigilant when he was attacked by the violent wind on the previous road. At the moment when the sharp sword light condensed and shot towards him, Chenzong also condensed his sword finger and pointed it out. Chenzong didn't even need to pull out his sword. Chenzong's sword finger was already extremely powerful. With a pop sound, that sword light was shattered. The white light spots mixed with the ripples and spread out before disappearing. Chenzong landed safely on the next platform. With a light tap of his foot, he leaped to the next platform. He did not encounter any attacks. After jumping over a few more platforms, Chenzong jumped up again and was attacked again. This time, there were 2 sword lights. 2 sword lights with the full power attack of an early 4-star warrior shot towards Chenzong from the left and right. The sword lights were very fast, and they were the sword lights created by the Jinghong sword technique. Chenzong did not panic in the face of danger. He pointed his sword finger quickly and calmly, and the 2 sword lights were shattered. They turned into ripples and spread out, and then disappeared. This level of interference could not cause any trouble for Chenzong at all. In fact, it was not enough for the disciples of the Jinghong sword sect to comprehend the Jinghong sword wall. They also needed to have enough contributions to the sect, and so on. If the test was too difficult, who could comprehend it? It would be the end of the path for the disciples of the Jinghong sword sect. Basically, as long as one's combat power reached the 4-star level, there was a chance to pass the test and comprehend the Jinghong sword wall. Of course, it was not absolute. Some people would succeed, and some would fail. The third attack was 4 streaks of sword light that shot out from 4 different directions. However, they were all shattered by Chunzong's sword finger. The fourth attack was 8 beams of sword light. The 8 beams of sword light shot out from different directions, giving Chunzong a certain amount of pressure. However, they were all shattered by Chunzong's sword fingers. They posed no threat at all. However, the fifth attack turned into 16 sword lights, which were distributed in different directions. It actually brought Chunzong a lot of pressure. Chunzong had no choice but to draw his sword and shatter all 16 sword lights. It should be known that each sword light was like a full force attack of a 4-star warrior. 16 sword lights were equal to 16 5-star warriors. If they worked together reasonably, they could kill a 5-star warrior. The sixth attack was also the last one that Chunzong encountered. There were a total of 32 sword lights. They were densely distributed in all directions, and there were no blind spots. This kind of encirclement was like a full force attack of 32 4-star warriors. It was very scary. If one was hit, even a 5-star warrior would be killed on the spot. Chunzong's face suddenly changed. He pushed his 2 swords to the extreme and also performed the 39th move of the horizontal sword art. He shattered 1 sword light first and broke the balance between the 32 sword lights, which led to a flaw in the encirclement. Then, he used the flaw to attack again with his superb sword art realm. In the end, after shattering 32 sword lights, Chunzong did not have it easy. His robe was cut a lot. If it was not for the protection of the 3rd-level pseudo-spiritual armor, he would have suffered a lot of sword wounds. In a chapter. Chapter 521. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. We provide you with interesting novels to read. Inside the main hall of the Jinghong Sword Sect, that Chunzong should have passed the path of hurricane and entered the void of 10,000 platforms. An extreme human realm elder said with a smile. With his battle strength, passing the path of hurricane shouldn't be a problem. Another elder said with a mysterious smile. However, I don't think you will be able to pass the void of 10,000 platforms. Until now, there are only a few people who can pass the void of 10,000 platforms. Don't underestimate him. He is a genius that Forefather Tian Hong thinks highly of. He might be able to pass the void of 10,000 platforms. The void of 10,000 platforms was the so-called 32 sword light attack. It was rarely seen, and there were only a few people who could pass the void of 10,000 platforms in the history of the Jinghong Sword Sect. This time, the people of the Jinghong Sword Sect had influenced Chunzong to a certain extent and forced him to face the test of difficulty. It doesn't matter. Even if he is lucky enough to pass the void of 10,000 platforms, the rest of the test will only be harder. If he had accepted Forefather Tian Hong's invitation, he would have finished comprehending the Jinghong Sword Wall. Chunzong was not a member of the Jinghong Sword Sect. Therefore, his test was much more difficult than the disciples of the Jinghong Sword Sect. He had to pass the void of 10,000 platforms. Normally, the disciples of the Jinghong Sword Sect would be attacked by 8 sword lights at the same time. Sometimes, they would be attacked by 16 sword lights at the same time. As for 32 sword lights at the same time, there had not been many cases in the past thousands of years. For the sake of the 9th prince, they would not refuse. However, they had set the test of difficulty for Chunzong. Their goal was to make Chunzong fail. After all, Chunzong had rejected Forefather Tian Hong's invitation twice in a row. He had humiliated the Jinghong Sword Sect greatly. Forefather Tian Hong was high and mighty, but the people of the Jinghong Sword Sect were not willing to do so. Chunzong landed on the last platform and leaped up again. He had passed the void of 10,000 platforms. The scenery in front of him changed rapidly. It was as if the sea had turned into mulberry fields. It was as if 1,000 years had passed in the blink of an eye. When everything settled down, a picturesque scene appeared before his eyes. The setting sun was setting in the west. The grass and trees were sparse. There was a small bridge over flowing water, and the thatched cottage stood still. For a moment, Chunzong felt a little intoxicated. Would it be comfortable and leisurely to live in seclusion in such a place? The thought flashed through his mind. He hadn't reached the peak yet, so how could he stop moving forward? Stay here. There's no need to scheme against each other, no need to fight for supremacy. Do as you please, and you won't be threatened or oppressed. Live freely. A sigh filled with the vicissitudes of life seemed to sound from the deepest part of his heart. In an instant, it actually strengthened Chunzong's thoughts by several times, and it seemed to affect Chunzong's spirit and willpower. He saw a straight figure walking out of the thatched cottage. He was calm and leisurely, as if he was leisurely watching the clouds. He was free and unrestrained. At first, Chunzong couldn't see the person's face clearly. He only felt that it was a little blurry, as if he was in the clouds. Gradually, he saw that it was a very ordinary face. It was a middle-aged man with obvious crow's feet at the corner of his eyes. He looked like he had been through a lot, but his eyes were incomparably deep, like the starry sky. "I'm still young," Chunzong answered simply. "You don't want to stay? Then use your sword to prove yourself." Hearing this, the middle-aged man sighed slightly. No one knew what he was sighing about, but when they heard his sigh, they couldn't help but feel a throbbing sensation. In the end, he still needed to prove himself with his strength. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Chunzong couldn't feel the vibration of the middle-aged man's chi, and the movement of the dust was also very weak. He couldn't tell how powerful that man was. He pulled out the star-scarred double swords, which were covered in a deep blue light, and attacked in a flash. The natural sword light pierced through the air, which made the middle-aged man's eyes light up slightly. He seemed to be a little surprised. This was the test set up by the graceful sword martial school. This middle-aged man was obviously a sword user. His right hand grabbed in the air, as if he had grabbed the hilt of the sword. With a little bit of force, he pulled the sword out of the air. A strong wind blew, and the branches rustled. Traces of sharpness spread out. The two sword lights Chunzong had thrown out were shattered in an instant. Chunzong's pupils shrank. What kind of power was this? He could use the air as a scabbard. He felt that as his opponent pulled out the sword, the world in front of him was twisting, as if it was about to collapse into a single point. That kind of power was irresistible. Defeat him? Chunzong couldn't help but ask himself, "Can I do it?" Just the power of the sword was not something he could compete with. Don't worry. The middle-aged man seemed to have seen through Chunzong's thoughts. You have shown that you are at the late stage of the 5-star realm. I will fight with you at the late stage of the 5-star realm. Chunzong's cultivation improved rapidly after taking the Lianjin elixir. In a short time, he went from the early stage of the LV9 true martial realm to the late stage of the LV9 true martial realm. At the same time, the art of traversing increased from the 37th stage to the 39th stage, which made his great true force purer and stronger. Late stage of the 5-star realm. It was not that he couldn't refine the Lianjin elixir, but that it had lost its effect. Chunzong's cultivation had reached the late stage of the LV9 true martial realm, and his great true force had reached the 39th stage. The purity of his great true force was unparalleled. The efficacy of the Lianjin elixir could no longer keep up. In addition, Chunzong had refined a large amount of Lianjin elixir in order to improve his cultivation. As a result, his body had adapted to the efficacy of the Lianjin elixir. If he wanted to improve his cultivation faster, he had to take a higher level elixir than the Lianjin elixir. The 9th prince didn't have any elixirs, so he could only rely on himself to cultivate slowly. "Senior, please enlighten me," Chunzong said seriously. He calmed his mind and concentrated. In an instant, he mobilized all the power in his body and poured it into the two swords. At the same time, he also stimulated the power of the star-scarred dual swords. The 39th move of the art of traversing. The two swords pierced through the air, and a domineering aura suddenly spread out. The cross-shaped sword light seemed to divide the heaven and earth into 4 flat pieces. The sharp and domineering cross-shaped sword light also had a natural and untraceable feeling. The middle-aged man nodded imperceptibly. He was surprised by Chunzong's swordsmanship. Immediately, the middle-aged man waved his sword casually. It was an ordinary sword move, like a child waving a tree branch. However, it directly broke Chunzong's 39th move of the art of traversing. Chunzong's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles. That sword move was so ordinary that even he, who was at the third stage of the body and sword union and was at the second stage of the Zhao Xian realm, couldn't see anything special about it. Despite the shock, Chunzong didn't feel scared. Instead, he felt excited. There was no doubt that this man's swordsmanship was above his. Then, if he fought with this man, it might be helpful for him to comprehend his swordsmanship. Chunzong quickly calmed down. He quickly approached the middle-aged man and performed the 39th move of the art of traversing with his two swords. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. He attacked from different angles and performed his swordsmanship to the extreme. Good. The middle-aged man thought to himself. Ever since he had taken charge of the assessment, he had never seen a candidate with such a high level of swordsmanship. This was already a level that many of the extreme mortal realm elders in the sect could reach. Suddenly, he felt a sense of appreciation for talent. Even though he knew that his opponent wasn't a disciple of the graceful sword sect, the middle-aged man had been around for too long. He gradually became indifferent to the concept of sections. Forget about the examination. Forget about everything. Chunzong had no distracting thoughts. He focused his mind and performed all his abilities. The art of traversing was activated to the extreme. The art of traversing surged like a river, mighty and endless. His body constantly emitted roaring sounds. He held nothing back. Fight, fight, fight. But the middle-aged man's feet didn't move. No matter how Chunzong attacked, he only blocked with his sword. The middle-aged man was surrounded by Chunzong's silhouettes. Countless sword lights covered the sky, and there was no blind spot. However, they were all blocked and neutralized. They were like smoke blown by the wind, unable to cause the slightest threat. They had the same combat strength, but under the suppression of their realms, the gap was infinitely huge. There was no obsession, no victory or defeat. He just attacked again and again. He attacked with all his strength. In Chunzong's eyes, there was only the middle-aged man. Gradually, his mind was attracted by the sword in the middle-aged man's hand. He felt that the sword seemed to have an inexplicable charm. It had a unique charm. When it moved, it seemed simple. The trajectory was clear, but it was unpredictable. It contained the Tao. Unknowingly, Chunzong thought back to the sword strike that Xinjian Sect's Yuya had unleashed. Faintly, there was a sense of similarity. During this period of time in the Serene, Chunzong would occasionally try to understand the sword move that Yuya used. Gradually, he gained something, but he still couldn't understand it. It was like looking at a flower through a fog. It was not clear enough. But today, he was enlightened. It was like wiping away the dust, and he could see more clearly. In an instant, the first inspiration appeared in his mind. It gradually spread out, followed by the second and third. More and more inspiration appeared, entangling in his mind. It became more and more obvious. Explosion. Inspiration exploded. In an instant, his understanding of the sword skyrocketed. He didn't know why, but he seemed to have grasped something. So that's how it is. The moment a trace of enlightenment appeared, the inspiration broke through the shackles. Chunzong felt that everything around him became clearer. The movement of the dust particles was especially obvious. Even each dust particle became more independent. Looking with his eyes, he seemed to see the fine particles floating in the air. Body and sword as one. Third level of the divine mystery realm. At the second level, the naked, I was still unable to see the particles floating in the air. However, at the third level, there was a huge breakthrough. Not only did he have a clearer grasp of the particles in his perception, he could even determine the trajectory of the particles in advance. His eyes seemed to have been transformed, and he could see the existence of the particles to a certain extent. Just as Chunzong made a breakthrough in his swordsmanship, A look of surprise flashed across the middle-aged man's face. Then it turned into joy. Body and sword as one. Third level of the divine mystery realm. This was the highest level of the body and sword as one. End of chapter. Chapter 522. Genius remembers love in 1 second go. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. At the third level of the Zhao Xian realm, one could see the trajectory of the floating dust and judge the opponent's attack in advance. But Qinzong found that he couldn't deduce the middle-aged man's swordsmanship trajectory. When the sword stabbed out, it covered the whole world. There was no room to dodge. It was as if the sword carried the power of the world. Unable to breathe, unable to move, his entire body's bones and muscles were completely bound and suppressed. He could only watch as the sword stabbed towards him. It was the suppression of the realm again. The same combat power, but the realm determined the outcome. Even if the opponent's combat power was lower, he could still win with his superior realm. The sword was majestic and unparalleled. Qinzong was defeated. There was no luck in his defeat. It seemed that he had no fate with the fleeting sword wall, but he could treat it as a training. At least he had broken through the realm of his swordsmanship. Go. Comprehend it well. The closer you are, the better. The middle-aged man smiled, which surprised Qinzong. Thank you, senior. Qinzong quickly thanked him. He couldn't hide the excitement in his heart. The middle-aged man didn't respond. He inserted the sword into the void and walked leisurely to the cottage with his hands behind his back. When the middle-aged man's figure disappeared from the cottage, the world in front of him began to distort. It became blurry and disappeared in a trance. In front of him was a seemingly ordinary mountain road. It was neither narrow nor wide. There were gravels scattered on both sides. Looking up the mountain road, Qinzong was slightly startled. He saw a huge stone tablet that looked like a sword 100 meters away. The surface of the tablet was as smooth as a mirror. Fleeting sword wall. A thought suddenly appeared in Qinzong's mind. Taking a step forward, Qinzong approached the fleeting sword wall step by step. He immediately noticed that the fleeting sword wall emitted traces of shocking sharpness and profundity, and it brought along a terrifying pressure that seemed as if it wanted to tear him apart. Qinzong used the great true force to resist the sharp pressure from the fleeting sword wall. He kept getting closer because the mysterious middle-aged man had said, "The closer you are, the better." Didn't it mean that the closer he was to the fleeting sword wall, the better the effect would be? However, the closer he got, the greater the pressure he felt. He felt as if he was about to be torn apart by the sharpness. 10 meters. When he was 10 meters away from the Jinghong sword wall, Qinzong knew that he had reached his limit. Maybe he could get closer if he tried, but that would distract most of his attention to fight against the wall, which would not help him in his comprehension. 10 meters away, Qinzong sat down cross-legged, resisting the pressure of the fleeting sword wall while concentrating on the fleeting sword wall. Upon closer inspection, the seemingly smooth, mirror-like, startling swan sword wall was covered with patterns, as if there were sword marks hidden deep within. Every sword mark was like a natural weathered pattern. They were thick and thin, long and short, straight and curved, and none of the sword marks were connected. Qinzong had only heard of the mystery of the Jinghong sword wall, but he didn't know what it was exactly. He lacked sufficient information, so he could only try to comprehend it on his own. In the main palace of the Jinghong sword sect, the head elder waved his hand, and the air in the center of the palace rippled like water. Amidst the layers of ripples, an image appeared. It was a very tall, sword-shaped stone tablet, with one side as smooth as a mirror. It was indeed the Jinghong sword wall. Everyone present was very familiar with it, but they all looked surprised and even shocked because not far from the Jinghong sword wall, they saw a figure. It was not a disciple of the Jinghong sword sect. Qinzong, how can this be? This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Yes. A few elders exclaimed one after another. He actually passed the most difficult test. Unbelievable. The elders looked at each other. They couldn't refuse the ninth prince's request, but they didn't want Qinzong to comprehend the Jinghong sword wall as he wished. so they could only adjust the difficulty of the test to the highest level, making it impossible for Chunzong to pass. This way, they wouldn't embarrass the ninth prince, and they wouldn't allow Chunzong to comprehend the Jinghong sword wall. It was the best of both worlds. Even if the ninth prince wanted to investigate, he could completely blame it on Chunzong's luck. After all, only the transcendent realm masters of the Jinghong sword sect knew that the difficulty of the test could be adjusted. But who would have thought that, after all the calculations, Chunzong would still pass the most difficult test? The meaning behind this was horrifying. Immediately, the elders smiled bitterly. No wonder old ancestor Tianhong took the initiative to take in a disciple twice in a row. It meant that old ancestor Tianhong had already seen through this person's extraordinariness. 10 meters. This boy is 10 meters away from the Jinghong sword wall. An elder exclaimed again when he noticed the distance between Chunzong and the Jinghong sword wall. What? 10 meters? The other elders also took a closer look and were even more surprised. In the current generation of the Jinghong sword sect, even the number 1 core disciple couldn't get close to 10 meters. The best result was 20 meters. Under normal circumstances, a distance of 10 meters was no different from 1 meter to a true martial realm cultivator. Even a distance of 100 meters was no different from 1 meter. They could cross it in an instant. But at the Jinghong sword wall, every meter was obvious. A 10-meter gap was like a natural chasm. For a moment, the elders of the Jinghong sword sect were speechless. Their hearts were only filled with shock. Mysterious and mysterious, unknown to the world. There were sword marks all around him. It was as if sword lights were floating in the air. Chunzong was wandering in a sea of sword lights. He was like a small boat drifting with the waves. When one of the sword lights closest to him passed by, Chunzong personally came into contact with it. He felt an extreme sharpness, as if his body was being torn apart. After the tearing pain subsided, Chunzong came into contact with a second sword light. This time, it wasn't the feeling of sharpness. Instead, it was a sharpness that could pierce through everything. It also brought him intense pain. Chunzong came into contact with the sword lights one after another. Different sword lights brought about different feelings. Sharpness, speed, power, thousands of sword marks, thousands of sword lights, thousands of mysteries. But gradually, Chunzong understood something. He categorized them into a few categories. Sharpness, speed, strength, aura. Vaguely, Chunzong felt that the 5 mysteries could be merged into one. But he was limited by his knowledge and realm. He couldn't understand it yet. The Jinghong sword wall was undoubtedly an opportunity, a great opportunity. Therefore, Chunzong didn't dare to have any distracting thoughts. Instead, he seized the time to comprehend. After all, the Jinghong sword wall constantly released an amazing pressure, which would constantly consume his mind. When he couldn't resist the pressure of the Jinghong sword wall, he would have to retreat. That would mean the end of his comprehension. There was only one chance. He couldn't waste it. The third level of the body and sword as one realm. The third level of the Zhaoxian realm. Chunzong's comprehension. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Following that, even the mysterious sword tip that had been silent for a long time in the space between his eyebrows trembled. With a buzzing sound, it released a godlike silver radiance. Following that, the slumbering azure dragons woke up and danced in the air. The dragon's roar was like the sound of heaven. It blended with the godlike silver light and spread throughout his body. Chunzong's potential was stimulated, and his comprehension was higher. I've comprehended all 5 mysteries. Chunzong thought to himself. Using this superb state of mind, he continued to comprehend. Gradually, he felt that his strength was insufficient, and he felt very tired. It's too difficult to comprehend all 5 mysteries at the same time. If it's too exhausting, I'm afraid that I won't be able to comprehend anything in the end. Since that's the case, I might as well comprehend one of them first. Chunzong changed his mind. Without any hesitation or time to hesitate, Chunzong chose to comprehend the mysteries of the Zhaoxian sword wall and focused on comprehending it. Comprehending only one of the mysteries was indeed much easier. Vaguely, Chunzong felt that he had comprehended something. Yu Wuya from the Black Sword sect was still waiting in the same place. He stood still like a sword pointing at the sky. His eyes were wandering, but he was actually comprehending. Inside the main palace of the Jinghong sword sect, the elders were still watching Chunzong. I wonder what he can comprehend. The Jinghong sword wall is full of mysteries. Some people can comprehend it to improve their sword arts. Some can comprehend new sword arts, and some can comprehend secret sword arts. Even so, the greatest mystery contained in the Jinghong sword wall is the true meaning. The true meaning of the sword. If it's the pseudo-transcendent realm, it may be possible to comprehend the true meaning of the sword from the Jinghong sword wall. I've never heard of a cultivator in the true martial realm being able to comprehend the true meaning of the sword. Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. The great elder suddenly said, his eyes deep, as if he had thought of something. Great elder, could it be that there is someone in the true martial realm who can comprehend the true meaning of the sword? An elder hesitated for a moment before asking. The world is so big, and there are countless geniuses. Our Longtu region has never produced such a peerless genius, but that doesn't mean there aren't any in other places. The great elder sighed and then said, however, this Chunzong shouldn't be one of those peerless geniuses. Hearing the great elder say this, the inexplicable pressure in the hearts of the elders lessened. A sword's edge can cut through all things. A sword's edge can cut through anything, whether it's hard or soft, whether it's tangible or intangible, can still tear it apart. Comprehending, a trace of the mysteries of the sword's edge emerged and was comprehended by Chunzong, allowing him to grasp it. The more he comprehended, the more Chunzong felt as if he could cut through everything with his sword's edge, truly invincible. In the void, with a casual grasp of his hand, sword light flickered, and with a slash of his sword, tens of thousands of mountains were cut apart. Mountains and rivers were split into two, and even the sky was torn open. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a sword god. With a sword in hand, he was invincible. In a trance, everything around him distorted and disappeared, as if he had just experienced a dream. Chunzong felt dizzy, and a deep sense of exhaustion emerged. Unable to resist the pressure from the Jinghong sword wall, he had no choice but to quickly retreat. As he retreated, the pressure rapidly weakened. When Chunzong retreated 100 meters away, the pressure from the Jinghong sword wall seemed to have completely disappeared, and he could no longer feel it. Because he was too tired, Chunzong wasn't sure if he had comprehended anything from the Jinghong sword wall, so he didn't rush back. He sat cross-legged on the ground, calmed his heart, and focused to recover his mental strength and mental energy. End of chapter. Chapter 523. Genius remembers love in 1 second / small. We provide you with interesting novels to read. Sorry for the delay. Something came up at the last minute. Goodbye. The elder who brought Chunzong and the Xinjian sect to the examination area of the graceful sword wall said. These 2 words, however, contained a myriad of thoughts and had an indescribable feeling. It was extremely complicated. Chunzong had actually passed the test and comprehended the Jinghong sword wall. Although no one knew what he had gained from the Jinghong sword wall, but judging from his ability to pass the test, it should not be low. If they knew what Chunzong had gained, they would be shocked beyond words. Goodbye. Yu Wuya from the Black Sword sect did not ask Chunzong what he had comprehended. After bowing slightly to the elder of the Fleeting Sword sect, he summoned the Black Gold Dragon Hawk and landed on the back of the Black Gold Dragon Hawk with Chunzong. A sharp and resounding cry tore through the clouds. With a flap of its wings, it turned into a streak of black light and shot into the sky. Yu Wuya and Chunzong sat on the back of the Black Gold Dragon, eagle tightly. They felt as if they were about to be thrown out. It was very exciting. The elder of the Jinghong sword sect watched until the black gold dragon eagle disappeared. Only then did he retract his gaze and let out a sigh. Without a doubt, Chunzong was a rare genius. He might even be better than all the disciples of the Jinghong sword sect. If such a person could become a disciple of the Jinghong sword sect, it would be very beneficial for the sect. But unfortunately, he had rejected the elder's invitation twice in a row. Although the Zhonghong sword sect had already announced that Chunzong would be removed from the list, which made the people of the Jinghong sword sect very tempted. They had thought about taking Chunzong as a disciple again, but they were still hesitating. What if Chunzong rejected again? Wouldn't the Jinghong sword sect lose even more face? Go down. Yu Wuya from the Black Sword sect shouted. The black gold dragon eagle dived down and landed on a barren mountain. Chunzong did not know what was going on, but he still followed Yu Wuya and jumped off the back of the black gold dragon eagle. Attack me with your sword. Use what you have comprehended, Yu Wuya said directly to Chunzong. The moment he calmed his mind and held his breath, Chin's eyes shot out a sharp light that made one's heart palpitate, causing Yu Wuya of the Black Sword sect to be slightly moved. Then, a star-marked sword was taken out of its scabbard, turning into a dark blue starlight trace and shooting down from the sky. It had been infused with the profound sharpness that he had learned from the graceful sword wall. The star-scar sword's edge suddenly shone with an even more shocking sharpness. The sky was torn apart as a deep blue sword mark descended from above. It was as if the sky and the earth had been split into two. Yu Wuya's expression changed. The power of this sword was nothing to him, but the sharpness contained in this sword made him feel shocked. It was a terrifying sharpness that seemed to be able to cut through everything. This kind of sharpness carried a trace of indescribable profoundness. Could it be? Yu Wuya was so shocked that he could not hide it no matter what. In order to verify his guess, Yu Wuya attacked with his sword, taking on Chunzong's sword attack head-on. Moreover, this sword attack did not contain too much power. It was just enough to block out Chunzong's sword attack. Chunzong's battling power was at the late stage of the 5-star level, but this sword attack did not perform the horizontal sword art. Therefore, its power was only at the mid-stage of the 5-star level. However, when he had infused the profound sharpness that he had learned from the graceful sword wall into this sword attack, the sharpness was extremely threatening. It had the power of the late stage of the 5-star level. Yu Wuya did not move at all, but his expression kept changing. From Chunzong's sword attack, he personally felt a kind of shocking sharpness. This kind of sharpness was like the sharpness of a sword, but it also seemed to be the embodiment of a kind of spiritual will. Chunzong did not attack a second time, because he had noticed that Yu Wuya's expression was a bit weird. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Senior, this kind of sharpness is what I comprehended from the graceful sword wall, but I don't know what it is. Chunzong took the initiative to say, perhaps Yu Wuya knew. If I'm not mistaken, that is a kind of true meaning. After a while, Yu Wuya finally spoke, his tone somewhat different from usual, somewhat complex. True meaning. Chunzong was dumbfounded. Long ago, Chief Elder Yuan Lingzi had said that true meaning was the power of a transcendent realm master. In other words, one of the conditions to become a true transcendent realm master was to comprehend and master true meaning. Regarding true meaning, Chunzong knew very little because his level was not high enough. He only knew that this kind of power existed, but he did not know what it was like. Now that he heard Yu Wuya's words, he was completely dumbfounded. He had actually comprehended true meaning. He had grasped the power of a transcendent realm master. Too shocking. Chunzong was unable to react for a moment. Tell me about your comprehension. Yu Wuya spoke again. Chunzong came back to his senses and quickly recounted the process of his comprehension in the fleeting sword wall, mentioning the 5 kinds of mysteries. Yu Wuya listened attentively, and as Chunzong spoke, his expression changed slightly. After speaking, Chunzong stared at Yu Wuya. Whether he had comprehended true meaning or not, he lacked sufficient knowledge and experience, so he could only place his hopes on Yu Wuya. Originally, with your cultivation level, you weren't qualified to understand this. Yu Wuya stared deeply at Chenzong and immediately said, "But since you have comprehended it, you are qualified to understand it." Chenzong showed an expression of listening attentively. True meaning is myriad, and its mysteries exist naturally. Yu Wuya leisurely said, "True meaning is not a physical power, but a kind of power that is inclined towards nothingness. It is a unique kind of will, and all things have traces of true meaning." This was the first time Chenzong had understood true meaning in depth, so he listened very carefully. The true meaning of sword is one of the myriad. The sword master is sharp and has both power and speed. Therefore, the sword intent can be divided into 5 different mysteries. Chenzong's eyes suddenly lit up. What he had comprehended in the graceful sword wall was one of the 5 mysteries. The true meaning of sword edge, true meaning of sword sharpness, true meaning of sword speed, true meaning of sword force, and true meaning of sword force. Only by comprehending all 5 mysteries can one combine them into a complete true meaning of sword. Senior, what I have comprehended should be the true meaning of sword edge. Chenzong said, "Yes, the sword intent is only a small part of the sword intent. It can't be considered the true sword intent, but since ancient times, very few people have been able to comprehend it in the true martial realm." Yu Wuya's voice was somewhat low. This part of the true meaning is also called the minor true meaning. To break through to the transcendent realm, there are 2 conditions. One is to open one's aperture, and the other is to comprehend and master the complete true meaning. The difficulty of comprehending the true meaning of sword edge is above opening one's aperture. You being able to comprehend the minor true meaning is enough to show that your talent is amazing, and also enough to show that your opportunities are extraordinary. If the graceful sword sect knew that you had comprehended the minor true meaning from the graceful sword wall, they would definitely do everything in their power to keep you here. Chenzong did not answer, instead digesting the information Yu Wuya had just given him. It did not seem like much, but it contained a lot. "Senior, I don't know if you..." Chenzong came back to his senses. "This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page." He was very curious about the Black Sword Sect's Yu Wuya's current level. After all, to be called the number 1 master under the Transcendent Realm, he must be extraordinary. Perhaps he had also comprehended the minor true meaning. "I have opened my aperture and comprehended the minor true meaning of 3 different sword true meanings, as well as 2 other minor true meanings." Yu Wuya had no intention of concealing this. Perhaps before, Chenzong was not qualified, but now that he had comprehended a minor true meaning, Chenzong was worthy of Yu Wuya's attention and was even placed on the same level as him. After all, when he was in the 9th layer of the true martial realm, Yu Wuya had not been able to comprehend a minor true meaning. Chenzong was surprised, but after thinking about it, it was only natural. The number 1 master under the Transcendent Realm in the Imperial City had opened his aperture and comprehended 5 minor true meanings. There was nothing strange about that. True meaning belongs to the power of the Transcendent Realm, because a Transcendent Realm master not only transforms their body, but also their spirit, allowing them to support the burden of their true meaning. Just now, you should have clearly felt the burden and exhaustion on your spiritual level. Yes, Chenzong nodded. Just using his sword true meaning once had consumed 90% of his spirit. This kind of consumption was indeed astonishing. True meaning is the embodiment of one's will. Releasing its power requires one's spirit to guide it. The spirit of the true martial realm is not strong enough, so the consumption is great. Only after breaking through to the transcendent realm will one be able to freely release and control their spirit. Your spirit is stronger than an ordinary master in the 9th layer of the true martial realm. But remember, do not use your minor true meaning casually. It is best to use it as a trump card. Yu Wuya advised. Even if his spirit was much stronger than Chenzong's, he did not dare use his minor true meaning lightly. After all, it was still in the process of evolving. Chunzong nodded solemnly. Using it once consumed 90% of his spirit. This kind of consumption was astonishing. He could only use it once in a short period of time. Chunzong also understood that this kind of power could only be used as a trump card, like a secret sword. Let's go. Yuya did not continue. He had basically said everything he needed to say. The two of them landed on the back of the black gold dragonhawk once again. They spread their wings and stirred up a mighty gust of wind that blew in all directions. The sand and stones within a radius of several hundred meters were blown into the air, and the plants were all destroyed. Soaring into the sky, Yuya once again returned to his previous calm state, while Chunzong was still a little excited. Comprehending the graceful sword rampart was indeed the right choice. He had instantly grasped one of the 5 minor true intents of the sword intent. Not only did this give him another trump card, it also meant that he was once again ahead of his peers. One step ahead meant one step ahead. There are 2 conditions for breaking through to the transcendent realm. One is to open one's aperture, and the other is to grasp the true meaning of the sword true meaning. Chunzong thought to himself, Chief Elder once said that I have opened the heaven's peak and the earth abyss, which are 2 apertures. This means that of the 2 conditions for breaking through to the transcendent realm, I have already completed one. All that is left is to grasp the true meaning of the sword true meaning. And now, I have comprehended one of the 5 minor true meanings of the sword true meaning. Thinking so, Chunzong's heart was filled with a fiery passion. Opening one's aperture was very difficult, and comprehending the true meaning of the sword true meaning was even more difficult. Many cultivators have been stuck between these 2 obstacles for their entire lives, unable to break through until death, only able to die with regret. But Chunzong was only in the true martial realm. There was still room for improvement, but he had already broken through the first obstacle and was in the process of breaking through to the second. This meant that Chunzong would have an easier time breaking through to the extreme mortal realm than many cultivators. It could even be said that the extreme mortal realm was a huge chasm that was enough to make countless people despair. But for Chunzong, it was not difficult at all. In a chapter. Chapter 524. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Go/Little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The Black Gold Dragonhawk safely arrived at the Imperial City. Once it returned, Chunzong followed Yuya to visit the 9th Prince. Brother Chun, how much did you gain? The 9th Prince asked with a face full of smiles. Lai Yunxiao was also present and stared at Chunzong curiously. Not everyone had the qualifications to comprehend the fleeting sword wall. Even within the fleeting sword sect, there were very few people who could do so. Every person who could comprehend the fleeting sword wall had extraordinary talent and was definitely a top-tier genius. Thus, anyone who comprehended the fleeting sword wall would gain something. It would either increase the realm of their sword arts, perfect their own sword arts, or comprehend a new sword art. However, no one knew what Chunzong's gain was. I gained something, Chunzong replied, but did not say it out loud. Comprehending the little true meaning was too shocking. It was a kind of trump card, so naturally the fewer people who knew about it, the better. However, Chunzong guessed that Yuya would tell the 9th Prince about it, but not now. As expected, the 9th Prince's expression slightly changed, but quickly returned to normal. However, the shock in that instant could not be concealed. However, Lai Yunxiao and Lai Yunxiao were standing to the left of the 9th Prince, so they could not see the 9th Prince's expression. 9th Prince, comprehending the fleeting sword wall is very tiring. I will take my leave first. Chunzong Dao nodded towards Lai Yunxiao, then bowed towards Yuya of the Mystic Sword Sect, turned around and left, returning to the Serene residence. Chunzong knew that Yuya and the 9th Prince would discuss the matter of him comprehending the little true meaning. Perhaps there were some things that were not suitable to be said in front of him, so he tactfully took his leave. Lai Yunxiao also took his leave. Teacher, please tell me. The 9th Prince impatiently urged. Yu Weia smiled faintly and began to explain. A heaven-sent genius, a peerless monster. The ninth prince could not help but sigh. Originally, he thought that although Chunzong's talent was very high, it should be about the same as his own. Now that he knew that Chunzong had comprehended a minor true intent from the graceful sword rampart, the ninth prince's thoughts completely changed. Such talent was definitely above his own. However, the ninth prince was not jealous. On the contrary, he was very happy because now Chunzong belonged to his camp. The more outstanding he was, the more help he would be to him. With such amazing talent, reaching the transcendent realm in the future was a certainty, and perhaps it wouldn't take too long. In this world, there are many talented people, but not many were able to cultivate to the transcendent realm. Only a small portion of them. Some cultivators performed extremely well in the Qi and Blood boundary, the true martial realm, or even the true martial realm, but in the end, they were stuck at the pseudo-transcendent realm, unable to break through. Some were able to break through in the end, but they also spent a lot of time and fell behind their peers. Moreover, the higher one's talent, the more difficult it was for them to break through to the transcendent realm because their foundation was often more solid, so naturally it was not easy for them to be reborn. I wonder if Chunzong can break through to the transcendent realm before the age of 50? The ninth prince seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be asking Yu Weia. Yu Weia's lips moved, but in the end, he did not say anything. Breaking through to the transcendent realm before the age of 50. Very difficult, at least in the current Dragon Chart territory. No one had managed to do so. Most transcendents only broke through to the transcendent realm after the age of 100, with a few even reaching the transcendent realm in their 70s, 80s, or 90s. The most amazing person in the past 100 years had only broken through to the transcendent realm at the age of 60. Chunzong had comprehended a minor true intent at such an early age, so there was a good chance he would break through to the transcendent realm before the age of 50. But that was only a possibility. No one could guarantee it was 100% certain. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Even someone as amazing as Yu Weia was now over 60 years old, but had yet to break through. The ninth prince did not expect to obtain an answer. As the supervisor of the Dragon Eye Guard, he knew far more about this and was well aware of the difficulty of breaking through to the transcendent realm before the age of 50. However, regardless of whether Chunzong could break through to the transcendent realm before the age of 50, there was no doubt he had comprehended a minor true intent. Such talent was unparalleled in this world, at least in the Dragon Chart territory. Such a genius was worthy of the ninth prince's attention. The ninth prince couldn't help thinking, how could he show such importance? Now, Chunzong's cultivation had risen to the late stage of the ninth layer of the true martial realm. So the true refining pill had lost its effectiveness. No matter how many he took, it would be useless, but there was no way he could obtain a pill better than the true refining pill, unless the Pill King returned. As for using spirit medicines, that was something that belonged to the transcendent realm. With his current strength, it would be difficult for him to obtain such a thing. On top of that, spirit medicines were not suitable for those below the transcendent realm, as they would directly kill them. As for the opportunity to comprehend the fleeting sword wall, the ninth prince had obtained it for Chunzong. Chunzong had also passed the assessment and successfully comprehended the fleeting sword wall, thus demonstrating his amazing talent. To be honest, the ninth prince had done a lot for Chunzong, but Chunzong's talent was truly amazing, and the ninth prince greatly appreciated it. First out of admiration, second out of training, and third out of kindness. Thinking about it, and combining all the information he had collected about Chunzong, the ninth prince suddenly thought of something and smiled. Inside the Serene pavilion, Chunzong was not practicing his sword, instead sitting quietly with his eyes closed in a small pavilion, as if he was meditating, but in reality, he was comprehending a minor true intent. The sword had a sharp edge that could cut through gold and jade, split mountains, and split the heavens and earth. Comprehending the fleeting sword wall had only allowed Chunzong to grasp the basics of the true meaning of the sword. He still needed to spend time and energy to slowly deepen his understanding of the true meaning of the sword. For example, the mystic sword sects Yuwuya had grasped two types of lesser true intent. But the difference between him and Qinzong was that it wasn't the initial stage. Instead, he was already very familiar with it and had started to comprehend the third type of lesser true intent of the sword intent. Only by comprehending the complete, true meaning could one reach the transcendent realm. The transcendent realm was still quite far from Qinzong, but the minor true meaning was not far off. Qinzong planned to first comprehend the true meaning of the sword, and after comprehending it to its limit, he would then begin to comprehend the second minor true intent. Qinzong had only comprehended one of the 5 profundities of the sword intent contained within the fleeting sword rampart, but the other 4 profundities had left behind an impression on him. In the future, he would be able to comprehend them based on his impressions, making it easier for him to do so. Time flew by as Qinzong meditated, and soon it was noon. The 9th prince and Black Sword sects Yuwuya stepped into the Serene pavilion. Qinzong felt something and woke up. "Greetings, 9th prince and senior Yu." Qinzong got up and walked out of the pavilion, bowing respectfully. "Brother Chun need not be so polite." The 9th prince smiled. Yuwuya nodded in response. "I came here today because I haven't seen Brother Chun for a few days and missed you, and also to deliver a pill to Brother Chun." The 9th prince smiled. Qinzong is deeply honored by 9th prince's concern. Qinzong smiled. "I heard that Brother Chun is quite accomplished in the Tao of body tempering, so I brought Brother Chun a dragon soul blood refining pill, hoping it can help Brother Chun progress further in the Tao of body tempering." The 9th prince smiled and took out a dark red wooden box from his mustard seed bag. This wooden box had a unique pattern on it and exuded a faint fragrance that refreshed the mind. "This chapter is not finished. Please turn a page." Qinzong felt refreshed. Dragon soul blood refining pill. Qinzong's eyes lit up when he heard the name. Just hearing the name was very impactful. The dragon soul blood refining pill is made by mixing a drop of blood essence from a level 9 flood dragon with dragon bone powder and the pseudo-elixir dragon soul fruit. It contains an astonishing amount of pure yang blood essence and has a strong tempering effect on the body. It is a rare body tempering pill. The 9th prince smiled and handed the dark red wooden box to Qinzong. Qinzong took the wooden box with both hands. A warm feeling spread through his hands, and even his blood essence flowed faster. This wooden box was made of dark blood, ancient sunken wood, a unique item formed after a large amount of blood was soaked in it and buried underground for 10,000 years. It was very valuable and had a high collection value. It was also made into accessories to nourish one's blood essence and improve one's health. In addition, the dark blood ancient sunken wood could also be made into boxes and boxes to store items that contain chi blood force and prevent the loss of chi blood force. Brother Chun, cultivate well and do your best to improve your strength. Maybe it won't be long before I need your help." The 9th prince said solemnly. "I will do my best." Qinzong held the wooden box tightly and said solemnly. Qinzong had received the 9th prince's favor many times, but he had never done anything for him. "Good. The stronger the better." The 9th prince smiled. Then the two talked about other topics, and finally, they compared notes on sword techniques. The 9th prince's sword technique realm was not low, reaching the 3rd level of the Linwu realm. His sword technique was also very strong, and every sword was grand and majestic, like a golden dragon descending to the world. Qinzong's swordsmanship was unyielding and domineering. Ever since he had comprehended the sword edge true intent, even if he did not deliberately stimulate the power of the sword edge true intent, every strike would unknowingly become sharper. Black Sword sects Yuwuya stood aside and watched. After an hour of fighting, the 9th prince retreated and sheathed his sword. "Brother Chun, farewell." After the 9th prince and Yuwuya left, Qinzong rested for a while, then brought the dark blood ancient wooden box into his room. Taking a deep breath and calming his mind, Qinzong opened the dark blood ancient wooden box. A dazzling blood-red brilliance seemed to shine out, like a blood-red sun, exuding an astonishing and pure hot blood vitality. This was the fluctuation of pure yang blood qi after the transcendent realm flood dragon's blood essence was refined. Very strong. Under the illumination of the blood-red light, Chunzong's pure yang blood vitality also surged, like a great river rushing through his body. His skin gradually turned red, and his whole body was filled with amazing power, making Chunzong feel like he was going to explode. Even without taking the pill, just the aura emitted by the pill itself was already so strong. One could imagine, if he took and refined this pill, what kind of benefits it would bring to his physique. I should be able to reach the third level of the profound jade golden bone art. Chunzong secretly thought. It had been a few years since he obtained the profound jade golden bone art. He had diligently practiced it and even used a lot of treasures. Unfortunately, his progress was limited, and his arm strength was only around 90,000 jin, still far from 100,000 jin. Moreover, 100,000 jin was only necessary to reach the third level of the profound jade golden bone art. Only with 100,000 jin arm strength would he have enough physique to reach the third level of the profound jade golden bone art and cultivate the golden jade impenetrable body. If he succeeded in cultivating the golden jade impenetrable body, his physique would be even stronger and his strength would rise another step. Most importantly, his defensive power would increase and his survivability would increase. End of chapter. Chapter 525. Geniuses Remember Love in 1 Second. Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. After instructing the steward to enter retreat, Chunzong entered the Serene house's secluded cultivation room. When the Serene house was built, Chunzong had a complete plan. Under the bedroom, there was a fairly spacious secret room that was extremely hard and could withstand attacks from a pseudo-transcendent realm master without breaking. The door to the secret room was also designed using mechanism theory, making it difficult to open from the outside. Chunzong stood in the middle of the secret chamber and assumed a cultivation posture for the third layer of the mysterious jade golden bone technique. Once again, he opened the dark blood ancient wooden box, and an intense pure yang aura spread out. Taking a deep breath and clearing his mind of all distracting thoughts, Chunzong pinched the dragon soul blood refining pill between his index finger and thumb and placed it directly into his mouth. The dragon soul blood refining pill was very hard, even harder than stone, but Chunzong's teeth were even harder, capable of crushing steel. With just a little bit of force, the dragon soul blood refining pill crumbled into powder and was swallowed into his stomach. A cluster of searing heat spread within his stomach. Soon after, it was as though something had exploded within his stomach. While Chunzong's stomach swelled and contracted, a myriad of thunderous sounds surged. The rumbling sound reverberated within the secret chamber. A terrifying blazing force spread out in all directions as his abdomen bulged and contracted, wreaking havoc throughout his body. Not even his limbs and bones were spared. In an instant, this terrifying explosive impact made Chunzong feel as if he was about to explode. The third level of the mysterious jade golden bone technique began to circulate, guiding this tyrannical and violent blazing energy to attack every part of his body. Then, like 100 rivers returning to the stream, it poured into the tyrannical pure yang qi and blood in his body, causing the pure yang qi and blood to churn and boil. The golden color contained within it also slowly increased. This golden color was the essence of his pure yang aura. Chunzong had even imagined that one day, his pure yang aura would transform into a golden color. At that time, he did not know how tyrannical his physique would become, but that was too difficult. Even now, the golden color in his pure yang aura was less than 1,000th. Chunzong's pure yang blood qi surged and rushed out, causing his limbs and bones to heat up rapidly. His body temperature rose rapidly, and his skin turned bright red, like a cooked prawn, emitting an astonishingly high temperature. If the egg was placed on Chunzong's skin, it would be cooked immediately. If it was left for a while longer, it would be burnt. The temperature was getting higher and higher, and he felt like he was burning from the inside out. Under such high temperatures, the impurities in his body were removed bit by bit, causing his body to become purer and purer, undergoing a fundamental change. Chunzong maintained the posture of the third level of the mystic jade golden bone skill. With the impact of the dragon's soul blood refining pill and his pure yang blood qi surging, he could clearly feel that his internal organs, bones, tendons, and muscles were all being refined. They were becoming stronger and stronger, and his strength was increasing rapidly. However, as his body was tempered and improved, his body temperature rose higher and higher. It was so high that it seemed to be able to melt steel. It made Chunzong feel uncomfortable, as if he was really going to burn and turn into ashes. Chunzong did not relax. He maintained the posture of the third level of the mystic jade golden bone skill, refining the power of the dragon's soul blood refining pill and refining his body continuously. Chunzong's spiritual consciousness could clearly sense that his strength was increasing. Suddenly, his body trembled slightly, and his tendons and bones sounded together. The sound of thunder was vast and mighty. 100,000 jin. His arm strength had reached 100,000 jin. This was the limit of a genuine martial arts realm body. Martial arts cultivation, extreme mortal realm. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Below that was the mortal body. The mortal body had an upper limit. Normally, it was 100,000 jin. Of course, there were some people who were born with superhuman strength, who could refine their mortal body to the extreme. This was because their mortal body's upper limit was already over 100,000 jin. However, there were very few people who could refine their strength to the mortal body's upper limit. This was because body refining had declined. Ordinary warriors did not have the resources to practice it. Those warriors who were born with better backgrounds would practice body refining on the side, but would not make it their main direction. Moreover, the resources needed to refine one's mortal body became harder and harder to obtain. Even the royal family of Longtu, there were very few people who could refine their mortal body to the extreme. Of course, important and talented members of the royal family, such as the third prince or the ninth prince, had already refined their mortal body to the extreme. His body had been refined, his arm strength had increased to 100,000 jin, and the first half of the third level of the mystic jade golden bone skill had been completed. The second half was the real completion of the mystic jade golden bone skill, the golden jade unbreakable body. There was still a lot of energy from the dragon's soul blood refining pill raging in Chunzong's body. Every part of his bones and muscles was slowly transforming under the impact of this energy, becoming denser and denser. Gradually, under the high temperature, Chunzong's internal organs and bones emitted a faint halo that was almost undetectable. The halo seemed to be golden, but also seemed to be jade white. When the first level of the mystic jade golden bone skill was completed, the body would emit a jade white halo once it was activated. When the second level of the diamond bone skill was completed, the body would emit a golden halo. Based on this, the halo emitted when the third level of the golden jade unbreakable body was activated should be a mixture of gold and jade white. If Chunzong relied on his own efforts, he did not know how many years it would take him to complete the third level of the mystic jade golden bone skill. However, the dragon's soul blood refining pill had shortened this process. As the energy of the dragon's soul blood refining pill was consumed and absorbed, the changes in Chunzong's body became more and more obvious. The platinum light that began to diffuse from his internal organs became clearer. His qi and blood surged, his internal organs trembled, and his internal organs let out thunderous roars. Chunzong's body trembled unconsciously. As he swayed, the platinum halo emitted from his body became more and more obvious. The redness on his skin slowly faded, and the terrifying heat that was enough to melt steel also gradually subsided. Chunzong's consciousness was very clear, and all changes were under his control. When the last trace of a dragon's soul blood refining pill's efficacy was exhausted, Chunzong's body trembled uncontrollably. A buzzing sound was heard, and the tyrannical pure yang qi and blood surged like waves. The gold contained in it had increased by a lot compared to before, at least twice as much. The platinum light spread out along with Chunzong's body. It penetrated 3 inches, making Chunzong look like a platinum god. Chunzong could clearly feel that his skin and muscles had become tougher, filled with astonishing defensive power. The profound jade golden bone art's 3rd layer has finally been cultivated. Chunzong looked at the platinum halo on his body and smiled, muttering to himself, "Looking at this 3 inches halo, it's the golden jade unbreakable body's minor accomplishment stage." According to the information on the profound jade golden bone art, completely cultivating the profound jade golden bone art will allow one to survive against a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator. Coupled with a powerful body-tempering martial art, one can even contend against them. The so-called complete cultivation of the profound jade golden bone art should refer to cultivating the golden jade unbreakable body to the perfection stage. Chunzong's thoughts turned sharply, becoming extremely clear. The combat strength of a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator is between 7-star and 9-star. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. A 7-star pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator, then my golden jade unbreakable body's minor accomplishment stage is now. With insufficient information, Chunzong couldn't speculate for a while, so he could only try. The sword finger on his right hand carried an astonishing power and pointed at his left arm. This attack was at the early 4-star level. His left arm was not damaged at all. The platinum halo had completely resisted the sword finger attack. Chunzong's expression remained unchanged, and he pointed again. This time, the attack was at the middle 4-star level, but it was still blocked without any damage. The 3rd finger was at the late 4-star level, but it was still blocked. The 4th finger was at the peak of the 4-star level, but it was still blocked. The power of the 5th finger increased again, reaching the limit of 4-star. This finger broke through the platinum halo, but its power was weakened by a lot. It directly touched the skin of Chunzong's left arm. Chunzong could feel the toughness and elasticity of his skin. It instantly blocked the power of this finger. In other words, after activating the golden jade unbreakable body, I can completely block the attack of a peak 4-star level without any damage. Chunzong was surprised. This level of defensive power was extremely shocking. Moreover, this was still not the limit. Chunzong calmed himself down and continued to try. The 6th finger was at the early 5-star level, which was very different from the 4-star level. The finger easily broke through the platinum halo, but it also weakened a lot of its power. Then, it hit the skin of Chunzong's left arm. The tough skin deflected the weakened power, but Chunzong felt a piercing pain. He couldn't completely block the 6-finger attack, and his left arm was injured, but it was very light. With the help of the 1,000-year tree heart and the self-healing ability, the injury was healed in a short while. Basically, Chunzong had also tested the strength of the golden jade unbreakable body. It could resist the attack of an early 5-star level, but he would be slightly injured. However, this kind of injury was not enough to affect his body. If it was an attack of a mid 5-star level, the injury would be more serious. If it was an attack of a late 5-star level, he would definitely be severely injured. However, the experiment just now was purely to test the defensive power of the golden jade unbreakable body. He didn't use his protective true force and the defensive power of the level 3 pseudo-spiritual weapon. Chunzong pulled out his sword and activated the power of a late 5-star level. He slashed his left arm, and the platinum halo was torn apart. Then, the defensive power of the level 3 pseudo-spiritual weapon inner armor was torn apart as well. Finally, his protective true force was torn apart as well. However, the power of this attack had been weakened a lot. When it finally hit the skin, he could clearly feel the weakening and rebound power. Complete defense. In other words, if Chun Zong activated all of his defensive power, he could resist the attack of a late 5-star level. However, this was the limit. The attack of a peak 5-star level was enough to hurt him, but this kind of defensive power was already amazing. Without a doubt, it would greatly increase Chun Zong's survival ability. After all, in a battle, Chun Zong wouldn't just stand there stupidly and let his opponent attack him. People who practiced the sword were best at attacking, and defense was just a bonus. The most direct reflection of one's combat power was the attacking power, because only a powerful attacking power could kill a strong opponent. Therefore, the Golden Jade unbreakable body didn't make Chun Zong's combat power increase by leaps and bounds. Instead, it increased his survival ability imperceptibly. If Chun Zong could only fight against 2 late 5-star level opponents before, now he could fight against 3 or even 4. In a chapter that you're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.